quality practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moment.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Hello? Let's see.
design is not just the act of creating, it is the act of seeing the invisible. Very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the scientific sessions of the Integrated Design Research Conference 2025. We are really excited to have all of you here today. As you saw, after a couple of very exciting days, we are here at the third day, and we are really excited to have with us here today Professor Ricky Hansen, who will be our keynote speaker at this conference. But before we invite her for the keynote address, I want to give you a little update on what's going to happen today. So we're going to start off with the keynote address, and after tea, we will have sessions continuously. We will start our first session today on design pedagogy and thinking, which will be chaired by Dr. Sumanta Samaravikrama, followed by the session on design across technologies, which will be chaired by Dr. Dilina Navaratna. And after lunch, we will have two more sessions, both on economy and industries, chaired by Ms. Chandrika Nugavela, as well as Dr. Sumanta Samaravikrama. So we do hope you can stick with us for all of the sessions. Some really interesting presentations coming your way as well. But now is the time to get started with the keynote address, and let me introduce to you our keynote speaker today, Professor Ricky Hansen, an award-winning graphic designer and teaching associate professor from Kolding School of Design in Denmark. Ricky Hansen is a graphic designer and educator and has her own design studio doing print and digital design, product development, branding, and consulting for companies and organizations. She has been a juror in several international poster biennials and design competitions worldwide, and she is a CEO FOD Excellence Award winner, a Graphic Silver, Gold, and Platinum Award winner, China Poster Biennial Silver winner, and Mutzawat winner as well. She has been exhibiting, lecturing, and conducting workshops internationally in Europe, in the Middle East, Asia, and America as well. So with a round of applause, please welcome our keynote speaker today, Professor Ricky Hansen.
Hello and good morning. Just put this up. Can you hear me? Is it okay? Cool. Yes, so my name is Rikke Hansen. I'm a graphic designer from Denmark. And basically, I do part-time teaching. So part-time is my heart going to education, and the other half-time is going for my studio and work. What I'm going to speak about today is just a brief introduction to some of the things that I do. I will also show some of the work, and then talk a little bit about creative intelligence, because what is it? I don't know really, but through teaching there's a lot of things to look into. This is some of the work that I do. I do a lot of poster designs recently, the past 10 years. And so just to give you an idea of some of the posters that I've been doing. I also work at the Danish Association of Book Crafting. This is an organization in Denmark in which we are promoting the crafting of books, the design of books. Every year we have an award at the Royal Library in which we nominate and also choose gold, silver, and bronze winners of the best book design for the current year. We do exhibitions. We try to really have, I would say, a network of all the people who are involved in books, from the paper makers, the printers, the designers, the font designers, photographers, everyone. So this is just very short, some of the things I do. And today's topic, or the conference topic, is creative intelligence. I will start with Confucius, who, when I talk with students and we talk about creativity and how to get ideas, I like the idea from Confucius that there's 3 methods that we can learn wisdom. And this is also kind of to be aware in which, how do you work, how do you get ideas. Confucius is talking about we can get ideas, learn wisdom from reflection, which is considered as the most noble thing to do, to be a thinker, to use our imagination. We as humans are really fortunate that we can use our imagination. Then there's imitation, a way of learning new things as well. We need to imitate when we learn Photoshop or a new recipe for food, but it's also a part that, at least I talk with my students about, to be very aware of in terms of not copying from what is going on the internet or Pinterest. So imitation can be good, but it could also be bad. And the last thing that I talk with them about, and what we also do a lot of exercises in, is experience, which is the bitterest. This is the process of getting knowledge or skills from doing, seeing, or feeling things. Some students like it, some don't. But I think in a world in which AI can do so many things now, what can we do as designers to be original and still use our creativity in a good way to solve problems, to develop new ideas and thoughts? I also use this in my own practice, and I do it also together with colleagues. I like to work with textile designers because I learn from them. I also work with a colleague of mine, Barnabas Wetton, and we've been doing a lot of basic experimentation together. And the whole idea came years ago, which we talked about. We never do stuff besides our teaching and work. Why don't we play more? Why don't we do just things to see what comes out of it? And these are a lot of experimentations in which we're looking at font. This is a font I created, not super beautiful. It's done very fast. And then we try to learn new things, to 3D print and to look at what is the border of when is a font legible, when is a sculpture, and basically just playing and testing and try different things, learning 3D print. We had help from a master student, Megan, who helped us to, if we wanted to 3D print a typography in PLA, which is hard plastic, how can we make it flexible as well? How can we grow crystals on typography? How can we embroider, these kind of things. So basically this is just doing things without actually having a purpose, only the purpose of play. And I think it's important to remember to play and to experiment. This was also coming from a talk. It's a small font I did. It's not super science or not been done before, but this was coming from a conversation in terms of how small can we do a font in terms of pixels, and would it be possible when it's 3 by 3 pixels, can we also weave it by 3 by 3 frets, so meaning that our textiles, can we have a small font that when you go close you can actually be able to read it. This is 3 by 3 frets done by a textile designer. And then we were talking about, can we also knit it actually? How do you knit? I went to my grandmother and talked with her. She's 91 now. This is a few years ago. And she introduced me to how do you knit. I can't do it, but she's super at it. And I developed this system for her in order to knit the typeface just to see how it would look like. And the way that Barnabas and I work is that we work on top of each other's things. So Barnabas, he's also an artist, and he scanned the knitted type, and made this printed fabric, which can be used for a dress or I don't know. And but he one day he sent me this picture. I was teaching somewhere else, and he's used it for a mask, and also this is during Corona. And he also had a contact in India, and he sent this print because he's specialized in carving, and he carved this for us. So coming from an idea of 3 by 3 pixels and just to see how can it develop and how far can it go. Legibility is completely gone now, but if you don't go too far, you don't know how far you can go. So this is basically just some experiment we are doing. We also been working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This was back a few years ago when Denmark had the Tour de France departure in Copenhagen. I'm completely Tour de France fan, and the whole nation is into bicycling. And of course, I think it helps that we had Jonas Vingegaard, who's been winning the Tour de France 2 times, and Pogacar now 3 times. So we have these rivals who are competing together. But that year, the departure was going from Copenhagen. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Denmark has 2 tasks. It has a task of course, dealing with all the situations we have in the world, but also to brand the nation Denmark. I didn't know that when I was having the first meeting, but this is also what they are put into the world too. So we have a website called Denmark DK, basically about promoting our nation, if you want to work, if you want to live in Denmark. And also one of the things that is quite important to them is free of the sustainable goals. So we were asked to do graphics for the building of the United Nations. It's quite boring building, and this is the print that we did. And for you students, I can tell the day before I had to present this, I was kind of really panicking because I thought this is too ridiculous, this is too childish, this is too colorful for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And when we had the meeting, I thought, okay, I can't do anything, I just have to present it now and see what they say. And they were quiet for some moments, and then there was like, we haven't been that colorful or friendly before, so maybe this is actually quite nice to have something that is completely different from what we used to do. And also in Copenhagen, we have all these bike lanes, we have all these people from different groups always going by bike. And for those who are really into the Tour de France, there is a dotted jersey, there's a yellow jersey, a white and a green jersey as well. So there are some small statements within that. And one of the things that was quite important was we had to do 3 different banners. It couldn't be one big. And they have this take-home line, let's go green together. So that was a statement that we had to put and had the typography to work with. Alongside with that, we also had to do a bike, in which was the idea on the opening and also in the end of Tour de France. This bike was going to bike around in Copenhagen, and we have introduced them to this idea if we could maybe make typography on the bike, on the wheel, and then when you are driving around in Copenhagen and you got through water, you will actually be able to print with that bike, with the wheel. And this are just to show you some tests for the idea, how to do this wheel, and also to try to test it for real. We found in Korea we found a wheel which is completely without air. It's completely rubber, and this enabled us to carve CNC carve into it, and the test print was not good. And this was 2 weeks before we had to deliver the bike for the ministry, and Barnabas called me late one evening and told me, we can't do it. And what do you mean? We can't do it. We have to tell them it's not possible. And I was, but it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we told them we have to do it. So so I went to a special fabric in the north of Denmark, in which they are specialized in CNC carving. And I talked with them and said, okay, we have this problem. It's an assignment for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Could you help us? And they did this CNC carving for us to test, and we printed with it, and it was working. And this is the final green wheel, which also was going to be used in, they made, beside the banners and a lot of promotion material, they also made 3 different videos of the sustainable goals. And in the end of each of these videos, you can see this bike coming with the printed "Let's Go Green Together." So we managed to deliver it and to have it filmed for the video and for the whole promotion in the Tour de France. And also in Paris, the bike was promoted and used for the the Danish embassy in Paris. So happy people with the green bikes and the Let's Go Green Together typography. This is also a typeface that came out of these experimentations I did with Barnabas. I'm not a type designer, but I like to do these small exercises. And this one was used for one of my posters, which was actually the Mut zu Wut poster. Mut zu Wut is German and means the courage to rage. If there's something you are angry about or something you want to do something about, you can send posters for the call and maybe they will be selected. This one is the final one. It's girls just want to have fucking fundamental human rights. And for me, I think it's also important, of course you have client works and you have things to do, but it's also too important to choose some subjects that is close to your heart, and equality, gender equality is quite important to me. Environment is also quite important. So this poster was selected and also exhibited in different cities around Germany together with the rest of the poster. I also have a letterpress studio at home to do experiment. I do digital design, but here this is just a few pictures. I have horses as well, so this is the view. And I do workshops with students to introduce them to printing with types. This is Cecilia. She's from Mexico, and she did her first print in the studio. And this is some of my own prints, experimenting. This is done on fabric, not with wood type, but I have some plastic types as well. And again, just basically experimenting to see what can come out of it. Different hacks on books. And I like having these journeys, not knowing what it's going to be, but these experiments, actually I digitalized them and they were put into a poster for an exhibition in Turkey. So handcraft combined with digital design. This is another environmental poster. Sorry, we stole your future. We were too busy burning fossil fuels, saving, consuming, getting richer, and posting on Facebook. And this was exhibited at Ame La Roque in Brazil. And also, it was inspired by this young girl from Sweden who's been protesting and trying to shout for the world to do something about the global warming and the way the world is heading. So the poster was also a part of an environmental exhibition in Warsaw. And again, this trying to experiment, I had the idea maybe I should try to laser cut this poster and print it by hand as well to see how that turns out. It didn't turn out well, but I kept all the letters from the laser cut and used it for an experimentation. So here it's black ink on water color paper, and I always use a camera to see different angles and see how the letters are behaving. And this was basically for a poster I did in Ukraine. It was the 20 years of Chernobyl and 10 years of Fukushima. So the idea of this poster is you can turn it upside down and you can see both of the names of these cities. And it's hanging, that was before Russia invaded Ukraine, so it's in Chernobyl, hanging up there. Yeah, last poster, this is about environment. It was in Bolivia, and it was about electronic waste. Denmark is the world champion in throwing out electronic equipments. So, and few years before, I was with my students in Gambia. We did a project, and every morning when we went to school, we had to pass, this is not exact pictures, but it gives you an idea. We have to pass this huge pile of waste from computers, and kids were collecting the cables for copper instead of being in school. So I went to a recycling store, which they had some old equipment, and built my poster. I only had one day, I was a little busy, but this is just to show you that building things by hand is also a way of designing. So this is out in my backyard. It's completely one-to-one the size. And then I put this white sheet. You do when you cover the deaf people as well. And I had this typography put onto it in the end. This is how it looks like. So when we're talking experimentation, this is from Cambridge Dictionary. Experimentation is the process of trying methods, activities, etc., to discover what effect they have. And there are good and bad things. Sometimes you will have a gift from experimentation. Sometimes you will just be annoyed and depressed and go away, but it will always give you something that you can work on afterwards. And I do these exercises and workshops with students. It's inspired from IDEO, being an experimenter. And what we mean by that is, according to IDEO, it's the most classic role an innovator can have. And there are many great experimenters, like the Wright brothers, who invented the airplane. And I think it's also important to note that experimenters don't need to be geniuses. You think that to have good ideas or clever ideas, you have to be a genius, but that's not right. You have to have a passion for hard work and a curious mind and an openness to serendipity. And also one of the things that we really try to emphasize is to work fast, to make a lot of things in order to just push ideas to be more tangible. And when I do these exercises, it's also important that we don't have anything that we need to aim at. There's no solution. It's basically about playing and being curious. This is from NID in Ahmedabad. I did a workshop there some years ago. So I've been collecting these workshops. I call it tangible prototyping with typography. I use it also as an introduction to come into the to learn about typography. I just did a course with my first year students. And I like that you are working with hands and you are just playing around and see what happens. So the next little video I'm going to show you, it's tangible prototyping from a lot of different parts of the world. Some of the exercises they had to do a whole word. Some of the exercises they only had to do a single letter. It depended on how much time we had. I also asked the students, you can do videos as well of these. But basically the whole idea is to play and to see what comes out of it. There are a little inscriptions so you can see where we are. It's from Bolivia, it's from the Middle East, it's from China, and also of course from Denmark. So let's see this video. So basically it's about having fun and testing and see what the materials or the things you discover can make and investigate. And the last workshop that you saw was from Bolivia, and the students were asked to do the word viva. We had 3 hours, 2 days, so they did a lot of experimentations, and then we used them basically to design this postcard. Viva means long live the Biennale. So very quickly we made these posters as well. This is from Denmark, another type and text poster design we did, but also it came from these experimentations that we did. And some of these posters were exhibited together with other universities from all over the world at Taipei in Brisbane and also in Copenhagen. Another project I'm going to show you with the students is some years ago we were working with second-year students, and they had to redesign or rethink the interface of SoundCloud, which you can search for a lot of music. And again, I want to show you this because they also did a lot of experimentations. They were looking into how can you visualize sound, how does it look when it moves to different rhythms. And the one project I'm going to show you is students working together from interaction design and illustration and graphic design in order to figure out how can we visualize these sounds, doing experimentation. They also tried to print sounds and scan them and moving them to the music to see how that looked like. And that led into the poster they did for the project. It's called Listen to Your City. And when you move through these interactive posters, the name of the city will move. They also did a prototype of how the app should look like, front end and back end. And this is just some quick views from the storyboard. The whole idea is that you have the app from SoundCloud and you move around in your city, and depending on which part of the city, what kind of music they are listening to, you will hear the same music. So that's another way of discovering sound. And we always, not always, but we ask the students to do a video instead of showing the app and a lot of prints. For the clients, we make these videos to communicate the ideas. So this is the video from this project.
Every city has its own rhythm. And every place has a beat. If you search for it, you'll find music everywhere.
Stay off the block, niggas.
This is the new way to explore music. Soundscape geotags the music that's played on SoundCloud and maps it into musical environments. When moving around the city, you can listen to the music attached to your specific location, and this enables you to rediscover your city and explore new music. Music's never been closer. Listen to your city.
Yes, the last thing projects I'm going to show you is critical design and some students' projects in which the students are using their visual communication skills to design concepts that makes you think rather than buy. Because I think it's also interesting to talk about, and also in education, what kind of designers do we want to have? Should they go and solve problems for the industry only, or could they also be the ambassadors for new ideas, new ways of thinking, new ways of how we should live as humans on this world, new values? Just very quick, because there's always this discussion, is critical design the right term to use? We use it for the course, but it also contains speculative design, discursive design, and design fiction. So we ask the students to find a problem that they think it's important that people should think about, or provoke, or are thought-giving. And the first project I'm going to show you is from my young students. These are 10 grades. They are 16 years old, and we always do critical design with them. This is Yonva. And she chose the topic greed and was looking into what can we be greedy about. We can be greedy about power, things, time, feelings, food. And she designed this concept. She's also, at that school you also have graphic design, so she's a graphic designer and doing critical design. It's called the Greed Test. And the whole idea is that you could take a test for things that you could be greedy about. So she did a whole product design line. And again, we asked them to do a video. So this is kind of promotion video for this idea. also teach critical design at School of Visual Communication. This is the third semester, and we have 1 week. So the students are working in group. It's super intense because they have to define a theme, they have to do research about it, they have to design and also communicate the whole project. This group was choosing mica, which is the mineral that we can see in these beauty products. I love doing this because I learned something too. And the students discovered that there is also problems with mica mines in India, and they found a lot of documentary also about children's work. And Danwatch, who is an independent organization looking into different problems around the world, also had a report about who is suffering for the beauty of these products that we can find in the stores. So just also to show the students that it's quite important also to do field research, to go and talk with people, looking at the brands. They're also contacting the brands to getting knowledge about where do they get the mica from. And they found a lot of different insights which were important to use in this concept. And basically what they did, we sometimes talk about you don't necessarily have to invent a lot, but basically just show some of the things that are already within this world and then design it. So they did these products in which they basically put some of these facts on inside the products. And also some of the children's who's been they're not here anymore because they died in the mica mines. So they made this little video, again, just to make people think. And the last project I'm going to show you is also from School of Visual Communication. They worked with disrespect or insulting language, which is a problem, I think, all over the world, also on social media. We have a lot of also issues in Denmark with people who are being mobbed out of TV programs. So they wanted to emphasize or make people think about how we talk with each other. And they use these advices that you should also, you always look for shadow, sun, and a hat and sunscreen. And they designed this little product. And this is basically also using humor instead of always a pointed finger. So you have this douche blocker, which is against obnoxious phoners, and if you're really hurt, this is protecting you with a factor of 50, and something to put in your ears. And also if you've been treated really bad, there's a douche aftershock that you can use to calm down the worst insults. So they made this little video, and it's inspired from bad television commercials to use. Let's see it.
Are you also sick of being called slut, idiot, dickhead? Have you also received text messages calling you a dumb, ugly bitch? Then listen up. With this new product line, you can easily avoid all sorts of verbal hate that you are exposed to. Start your day with Douche Plug, a cream that covers your body with an invisible layer that makes it impossible for hate to get through to you. Use Douche Plugs to immediately shut out people's bullshit. Are you feeling hurt by mean words? Treat your inner pain with Douche Aftershock. So now you can finally stop being affected by comments like, the only thing you have to remember is the 3 deuces. Deuce plug, deuce plug, deuce aftershock. My name is Bjarne Bitch, and I approve this.
Yes, so that was basically what I want to show you today. So, thank you.
Thank you so very much. I think that was really, really refreshing, and I really felt like we need to have fun more often. And I'm sure we can do that at your workshop on Saturday. So Professor Ricky is having the Creative Exploration workshop on Saturday afternoon. So you are welcome to register for that if you want to have fun like that with Professor Ricky. Thank you so very much. Let's give her another round of applause. I think that was a perfect start to today's morning. So I think we're going to break for tea, and right after, in half an hour's time, we'll have the first session for today being shared by Dr. Sumanta Samaravikrama. So please be in your seats after your tea in half an hour's time. Thank you so much.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moment.
Abracadabra, alakazam. Abracadabra, alakazam. Abracadabra, alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI packaging solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivery on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moment.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivery on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats, and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
as a global leader in the industry. The 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivery on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moonman.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can. Spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivery on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
true colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivery on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution.
Good morning. So we are about to start the next session, session 4 on pedagogy, design pedagogy and thinking. I am Sumantri. I'm actually was not supposed to be the chair for this session. I'm on behalf of Dr. Kamal Vasala, who is unwell. I'm taking over the session. I noticed there are 2 papers of mine also inside, so it's a bit odd in case if you're wondering why I'm chairing this while I have 2 papers in the same session. So that's because Dr. Kamal couldn't make it. So nevertheless, we are ready to start, and I hope our speakers are ready. We have 5 speakers, starting from Mihirini De Silva, we have Jaap de Maat, we have Dasuni, we have Dr. Harshini and Ms. Nalifa, all presenting today. So again, all of us, just for all of us to understand how this works, would be each speaker will be given 10 minutes, and we will ask the Q&A or have the Q&A session afterwards, including if I have a small request for Jaap. Maybe we will have your session last because we are clipping on your presentation. So you'll be the 5th presenter. So the flow there's a slight change to the flow as well. So without further ado, we will start. Mihirini, over to you.
Okay, so very good morning to all of you. I'm Mihirini De Silva from the University of Moratuwa, a graduate of 2024 with a Bachelor's of Design Honors from the Department of Integrated Design, Faculty of Architecture. Today, I'm very excited to present my research titled Current Practice in Fashion Design Education, a Review of Global Perspective. This study forms a core part of my ongoing MPhil research. I'm deeply grateful for my supervisors, my principal supervisor, Dr. Mrs. Sumantri Samaravikrama, from the Department of Integrated Design, Faculty of Architecture, and my second supervisor, Dr. Sumit Gopura, from the Department of Apparel Engineering, from Faculty of Engineering, and both at University of Moratuwa. So this work is very close to my heart because it looks at how fashion education is evolving around the world and how we in Sri Lanka can learn from those changes to better prepare our future designers. So let's start with why. The fashion industry today isn't just about garments. It's about innovation, technology, and sustainability and entrepreneurship. Designers are now expected to move seamlessly between creativity and commerce, between cultural expression and digital innovation. Yet many traditional fashion programs, including ours in South Asia, still focus mainly on technical craft. That's where this research began. I wanted to understand what are the global pedagogical frameworks shaping contemporary fashion design education, and more importantly, what we can learn from them. My study had two objectives. First, to identify and categorize theoretical frameworks currently shaping global fashion education, and the second, to critically examine how these frameworks reflect emerging trends in creativity, sustainability, technology, and entrepreneurship. Unlike many previous studies, I just wanted to focus on all these themes, and I wanted to see the whole picture, a complete ecosystem of how today's fashion education works worldwide. Okay. So this research was conducted as a systematic literature review, a structured process to ensure transparency and credibility. I explored global databases such as Google Scholar, ResearchGate, focusing on literature published between 2014 to 2025. Through a careful screening and backward snowball process, I narrowed an initial pool of 50 studies to 15 research papers, and from these I extracted 36 theoretical frameworks, later synthesized into 6 major thematic domains. So this wasn't just a reading exercise, it was deep mapping of how the world is teaching fashion today. So this is the 6 core themes: teaching and learning approaches, creative design process, cultural and aesthetic perspectives, sustainability and ethical lenses, technology integration, entrepreneurship pathways. Each of these represent a key area of fashion where education is evolving, and together they show us the direction our classrooms need to move on. For each theme, my analysis will look at what the established practice has been, what is happening now, and where the future is heading. So this is the very first theme, teaching and learning approaches. This theme captures the global shift in pedagogy. In the past, instruction was predominantly teacher-centered, focusing on the transfer of technical skills. Currently, we see a strong move towards learner-centered, interactive, and technology-mediated education, guided by theories like constructivism and experimental learning. Looking ahead, the future lies in AI-personalized learning pathways and fully immersed virtual classrooms, where we see here the teacher evolving from a knowledge giver to a creative nurturer. So the second theme is creative design process. Traditionally, the creative process was often viewed as an accidental or a purely innate talent. And today, it's increasingly structured by frameworks like Sternberg triad theory and design thinking, which connect the why, how, and what of creativity. The future will see this process becoming even more integrated, with AI co-creation tools assisting in ideation and interactive prototyping, allowing students to innovate with greater confidence and systematic purpose. So the next theme is culture and aesthetic perspectives. Historically, fashion education often upheld a Western-centered canon of aesthetics. What's happening now is vital reclamation and re-evaluation using lenses like cultural studies and postmodernism to train students to interpret and reimagine diverse identities through design. The future will be about deep cultural intelligence, where designers seamlessly blend heritage crafts into our Sri Lankan traditions with global sustainable narrative, making cultural depth a primary driver of innovation. For examples, studies on batik education in Indonesia showed how craft traditions can coexist with modern sustainability goals. For me, as a Sri Lankan designer, this feels especially relevant because it celebrates cultural depth as a design asset, not as a limitation. So the fourth theme is sustainability and ethical lenses. In the past, sustainability was a peripheral topic often limited to recycling. The current shift is fundamental with frameworks like donut economics, placing planetary and social well-being at the core of the curriculum. Designing is now taught as a tool for systematic change. Many institutions now use virtual prototyping to reduce waste, merging digital innovation with environmental responsibility. In essence, students learn to create not just clothes, but conscious design solutions. Moving forward, we will see education for circularity and regeneration become the default, with students learn to design not just products, but entire closed-loop systems and new business models for restorative fashion industry. Technology integration. The past decade was defined by the adoption of fundamental digital tools like CAD. Currently, we are in the midst of rapid integration of advanced technologies like AI and VR, which are predominantly extending the boundaries of creativity. The key insight of that technology works best when it complements, not replaces, hand-on practice. The future designers will need a bilingually fluent in both digital and physical craftsmanship, leveraging technology for everything from biofabrication to hyper-personalized customer experience. At last, entrepreneurial pathways. Previously, fashion education largely prepared students to employ within existing industry structures. But in the present, it's focused on nurturing creative entrepreneurs with theories like planned behavior and self-efficiency, building a confidence, resilience, and strategic mindset need to launch the sustained independent individual ventures. The future will see fashion education as a platform for leadership, empowering designers to become entrepreneurs within companies of founding disruptive, ethically driven brands that refine the industry. When we connect all these 6 themes, a powerful pattern emerges. Fashion education worldwide is moving towards a hybrid, value-driven and interdisciplinary model. Creativity, technology, sustainability, and entrepreneurship are no longer separate subjects. They are interconnected, and programs are adopting experimental and digital learning models, encouraging students to think critically, yet ethically, and innovate fearlessly. And that, I believe, in the kind of education every young designer deserves. Now bringing this home, what does it mean for us? In Sri Lanka, we are incredible talent and heritage. We have that, but our fashion education still faces a skill gap. Many students enter higher education without the creative and digital foundations the global industry now expects. By adopting these global frameworks, we can bridge that gap. We can design curricula that combine local craftsmanship with global innovation, empowering Sri Lankan designers to compete, collaborate, and contribute sustainably to the world stage. To conclude, this study highlights that the future of fashion design education lies in adaptability. It's not about choosing between tradition and technology or between art and entrepreneurship. It's about weaving them together, the same way threads comes together to create fabric. As educators, researchers, and industry partners, our collective task is to nurture designers who are not only creative, but also conscious, confident, and future-ready. That's the vision this research hopes to inspire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mehirini. So it's actually very interesting to also go and look back at where, if we are to stand and talk about design education, to actually know what is going on, looking at the trends, and also your research was very clearly helping us to understand how we need to look and systematically beautifully bringing it down to 6 points. So I will invite Ms. Dasanika to come forward to present her research on the exploration of grid systems to us.
Hi, good morning all. I'm Dasuni from University of Moratuwa. My research explores the grid systems and the application of it in children's picture books for visual literacy. This study was carried under the supervision of Dr. Sumantri Samaravikrama. As it emphasizes in the topic itself, the study focuses on a connection in grid systems, children's picture books, and visual literacy. Now, why does this matter? Because in early learning, children read images before text. Their understanding of shape, color, and layout builds the foundation for reading and critical thinking. For illustrators and designers, grids offer a hidden design language that keeps stories clear, balanced, and emotionally engaging. So understanding grids isn't about neat pages. It's about creating visual experiences that teach. To achieve this main aim, I had 3 objectives: explore grid systems and their application in design, application of grids in picture books, analysis of grids in picture books for visual literacy. Methodology was framed to achieve this aim through these objectives. A literature review lays the foundations by examining grid systems, their use in design, and their application in picture books. Case studies are chosen for visual inspection in order to assess layout structures and element placement. Interviews with illustrators and designers combined with observational study shed light on how grids shape storytelling and reader engagement. The studies attempt to show how grids help organize visual information and improve understanding in picture books. The theoretical foundation of the study was drawn from several key sources. Together, these references guided the study's conceptual lens that visual order improves readability, focus, and comprehension. What are grid systems? In simple terms, a grid divides a page or a screen into consistent sections, helping designers create order, readability, and visual harmony. Every grid, despite its size or type, consists of 3 elements: columns, gutters, and margins. These are called components of a grid. Imagine how a newspaper magazine keeps everything neatly aligned. That's a grid at work. From a broad area of literature studies, the existing knowledge of grids led to identifying 11 types of grids in graphic design. Not every grid type can be harmonized with the design of a children's picture book, but with strategy, a designer can use grids to base their picture book designs like any other graphic design. A grid works as a skeleton of a layout. It helps maintain consistency while allowing creative flexibility. It's not meant to restrict design, rather it gives structure for creative decisions to emerge with clarity and rhythm. Visual literacy. It's the skill of reading and writing images, just as traditional literacy is about reading and writing words. In the context of this research, visual literacy refers to how children interpret stories through images before they can read text. Visual literacy is the bridge between seeing and understanding, where design becomes a language. In my study, visual information refers to the images, illustrations, and spatial layouts of children's picture books. This is an action study focused on 7 picture books which were developed through a year-long workshop series offering a diverse range of grid applications. Room to Read Sri Lanka's National Consortium of Children's Picture Books, NCCB, in partnership with Ministry of Education and local publishers, launched the National Policy for Children's Book titled A Guide for Printed Book in the Digital Age. Simultaneously, this collaboration conducted a series of workshops in around a year to train children's book authors and illustrators to create meaningful stories and picture book designs. These workshops were actively observed and with participation to gather the data for this study. As a result, NCCB launched 9 picture books at the International Book Fair, BMICH. The research focused specifically on 7 of these books, Seenuge Sandagamana, Sean Tamai Niyamwa, Mata Puluwan Hoyaganna, Ahasadike Roon Roon, plus 3 more. The analysis of the selected 7 books were conducted systematically, focusing on identifying and understanding grid usage. Each book was examined through an overview under book size, word count, fonts, typography, and an analysis of visual information like illustration styles, layout, and composition, interactive text, use of colors, and most importantly, application of grids in picture books for visual literacy. For instance, in Seenuge Sandagamana, the rule of third was used to guide the viewer's eye and maintain composition balance. In Sean Tamai Niyamwa, the golden ratio was applied, creating a sense of calm, focus, and natural flow. The findings lean towards 2 sectors: how children physically interacted with books based on their use of grids in layouts. The age group of participants, ranging from 6 to 8 years, was chosen because picture books are primarily designed for younger audiences. For an example, kids were more likely to lay down the pages when reading. All the given pages had either narrower margin or no margin at all, because no books had a consistent margin through the book. The action explained how narrow or absent margins had a noticeable impact on how children handled the books. Absent margins occasionally resulted difficulties in handling and interrupted the reading flow. This suggests that margins serve a dual purpose. They not only provide a structural balance to the layout, but also to the reliability of a design. It lies within both visual accuracy and functional accuracy as well. For children, this balance is crucial to ensure an uninterrupted reading. Findings from the feedbacks on the grids for visual literacy. Kids were asked about their understanding of grids and whether they effectively serve their intended purpose. The concept of the golden ratio emerged as the most well understood with children, grasping its function in various applications. For example, they easily recognized the use of golden ratio in the climax of Sean Tamai Niyamwa and the movement visualized in Kurulugahe Mayawa. The rule of thirds and the golden ratio improve visual harmony and successfully direct attention. These concepts appear to resonate naturally with children, encouraging deeper involvement with the story and reinforcing the narrative's emotional tone. On the other hand, they couldn't understand column grids. In Ahasadike Roon Roon, the illustrator used column grid layout to visualize the movement of the same characters. However, the children misinterpreted the grid and identified the characters as 4 different individuals. The findings reveals an interesting contrast in children's understanding of design principles. While they demonstrated a strong grasp of the golden ratio, which is often associated with balance and aesthetics in visual composition. They struggle with the more complex concept of column grids. This suggests that while the golden ratio is intuitively understood by children due to its harmony and natural appeal, the concept of a column grid might be harder to grasp without additional context or explanation. Ultimately, this gap between understanding the golden ratio and column grids invites further reflection on how children's visual literacy evolve and how distinctive design principles can be better communicated to them in ways that align with their developmental stages. This leads to an important insight. Grids are not creative limits, they are guides for storytelling. They help children develop pattern recognition, focus, and narrative understanding. For designers, this means the goal isn't to make pages look sophisticated, but to make them feel intuitive. This underscores the importance of simplicity and accessibility in design choices for younger audiences. To conclude, grids are invisible storytellers. They quietly structure the relationship between text, image, and meaning. When used well, they help children navigate, comprehend, and enjoy stories, building the foundations of visual literacy. Going forward, I hope this study encourages more research into how design frameworks like grids can be optimized for early learnings and perhaps even lead to a design toolkit for illustrators and educators. Finally, I want to thank Dr. Sumantri for her guidance through this study. It's an honor to be here, and thank you all here in the audience.
Thank you, Dasani. So from books, we are going to libraries. So we will like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Harshini from Kelaniya University, to present on her research area.
Very good morning, all of you. I would like to say like this, as a person, we are using libraries. In a school level, we are using school library. In a university, you are using university library. Then comes to the general public, public library, then special library, national library. But today I'm not talking about the all others library. My focus on school library. When it comes to your mind, what do you feel about the school library? Are there any activities? Yes. Maybe you think about that it consists of with the books and returning and borrowing. So then I thought about that in the returning and borrowing. Those are the main things we are doing in the library. But current scenario, thinking about our millennials and the students, and because of the development of the technology, we have to do something. We have to do beyond that. So in focusing on that, my topic is like this. And it's not working. Okay, then yes, school. Then we talk about that the whatever the library. Let's say school. Let's say university. We call as the heart of the university, heart of the school. So then school library that more than like books. It's a repository. Then I was thinking about that the what we can do from the school library, and I got the mainly literature review, and then find out the kind of innovative library activities. To better understanding of that, I have categorized those things and some kind of activities. And like when it comes to the reading promotion, you can see the several kind of activities like storytelling sessions and the reading challenges, and there are a lot. So I have divided to two tables like this. And my best one comes to like this, and the best practices of School Library Sri Lanka. Because I'm engaging with that National Institute of Education training for the school librarians, even that as well, I'm collecting the what they are doing right now. Right? Then, of course, with that the literature review as well, I have chosen few activities. There are, you know, that book Perahara. This is go beyond our services and engaging the students, and the librarians are there. So they are collecting the books. You know that in our birthday we are used to donate the book library. So there are kind of activities are there. It's a primary school. They used to do that book Perahara. And yes, then in next one it's a very innovative and creative one. You may think about that. It's also in Sri Lanka, and it's called the Sittam Dahana fashion show. Fashion show. That creativity idea come into mind to librarian, school librarian. She think that she's the one who convener of this project, and Kaluthara Jnanodaya Mahavidyalaya. This all are school children, and then designs. These designs. It's designed by the school children. And they have to visit to the library, they have to check that some designs books and things are there. Using that, they are going to design. And other thing is in networking. And dancing teacher, music teacher, and all other teachers help to this particular activity, because they have to walk on it, and they have to illustrate those things. And other thing is, it's a unique one. We can't see same fashions design in that different materials. Like, you know, everything's are unique. So that's also another plus point of that. And you can see it's different ages, and it's like this. And they are A-level students. So even when I noticed that, I couldn't believe that, because such things happening. So because however I met that particular librarian, and I just discussed with her, and she wanted to do something, and as I mentioned you, to engage with this young generation with the library. And behind the screen is like this, and they are painting that school children are the one who designed it, and every material designs. And rather than that, this is a kind of visit, like, you know, that it's a very good one, because then students can, let's say school library, then primary early childhood children can visit to the library. So then there is another things. And even in university library sector, so there is a forum or open to the school children. So it's a kind of networking. So they are looking at their particular libraries and the services as well they use. And it's a very interactive one. And when it comes to some kind of things, and it's also very important, and a bookmark challenge. Creating a bookmark, it's inside the library. You can see that the notice, and with that, so they are coming to the library, they are doing that. They are engaging with that kind of activities, right? And then it's another one. It's in the library sector, we have a kind of classification system. It's called Dewey-Decimal classification or something like that. Then it is another innovative thing. So what should I read next? But it's categorized by the librarian and that realistic and the mystery or whatever the thing. So then they are take it out that particular color, and there is a kind of like a book name and the detail. So if they are willing to read it, they can do it. Like a kind of some activity. So however, we wanted to promote that particular reading skills and the way, kind of an innovative way. And then it's another one, Blue Day. You know, when we enter the supermarket, there is a special place to, we can see the discount places. So if they need to buy something, we just look around the particular place as well. Is it? Yeah, discount. There is a particular area. Then likewise, it's a very important things. I don't remember the title, but it's blue. Yeah, that when the students comes, ma'am, can I have that book or that red color one? How can we find out the red color books? How many red colors books are there? But it's that in a user level, it's all right. But however, it's a blue. So you know, even the preschool, they have a blue day, red day, or something like that. Then this actually, that whatever there is, it's a combination of books. There are poetry books, there may be a kind of textbooks, and the various kind of books are there. But it's displayed like this, not the whole year, but day by day and the month, they are changing. In the pet lovers, so it's that particular corner, and also poetry. And under this, then they can see that it's a kind of actually marketing purpose, and also the interior design. It's reflect for the interior design as well. And looking at things, I thought about that in getting idea about all those things and how we are going to do something to the community. And it's I'm very much happy to do something like a community outreach service, and how we are going to interact with our school children. And I did that in the Senarath Paranavithari school. It's called the opening ceremony book camp. And then with that camp, I used this particular books. You all can see that, and it's a very important. There are lots of story books. Library Lion. It's a very nice story, and and there is an important thing. There is a video as well. So then I used that particular video. So even that I too thinking about that, because we are talking about the special needs, and also they can realize that. And even I am author of the early childhood storybooks as well. It translated into the Tamil, English, and in the very recently it's translated into Telugu as well in India. In the kind of conference, they selected my book to translate it into Telugu. And it's a Senudigenthaggak. Then it's a very important aspect. Then this is the I use that particular whole story with them. And not only that, I used the kind of that categorizing small groups and story map, and creating a book marks as well. And then when it comes to the story map, so they are the things they have to address. And then group members come front, and they just brief the things like that way. Yes, next you can see that bookmark creating, and with the limitation number of few stationaries they use within a short period of time. However, so I got that it's a nice one. However, it's a small short time of period, so they created in. However, it's a kind of started point, and it's like a group, 9 groups are there. So these are the things. And finally, this is my key message. I think we all can do kind of like novel things, and we can introduce the kind of some activity books even that I am engaging with that my undergraduates, so they have created some of kind of things. In the very recently, my undergraduate created the passport. It's called about library passport. In the passport, we know that we can see that where we go. Then they can see that it's a library passport in the sense what are we read until right now. So there are kind of tools, because what I noticed that you all creating a kind of nice products. So then we can think about that these are the aspects we can think that particular area as well. Yes, all and all, thank you IDR 2025 organizing such a very fruitful and informative session, and organizing committee members and all the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harshini. A lot of work with a tough age group, I would say. And so we are also going into the fourth paper. I would say this is an award-winning paper, which was yesterday, it was awarded as the first runner-up at the of the IDR Awards. So we would like to invite Ms. Nalifa and to present, and of course the co-author, Dr. Dilina.
So, good morning. I'm Nalifa from University of Moratuwa. So, before going straight into the presentation, let's watch a small introduction video.
Court is now in session. The case, human-elephant conflict. The subject, Elephas maximus, associated with crop disturbances and risks to human activity. A human charged with clearing forests and blocking migration. Do the subjects wish to respond?
Every few nights they come. They trample my fields. I'm just trying to survive.
Subject's response?
What if the unheard could influence the decisions that shape their world? This is the beginning of more than human design. Elephants can't speak for themselves, but that doesn't mean they don't have needs. Since they can't speak our language, we work with experts who deeply understand them. Zoologists, ecologists, biologists, wildlife department, farmers, and veterinarians. First step is to figure out how we can understand non-humans. We call this modes of understanding. For elephants, this could be their sounds, movements, or behavior. These signs help us understand what they need. As a designer, my challenge is to take that understanding and design with it, to include the live agency of non-humans in the process.
So, welcome to the Turn Toward More Than Human Design. We live in a world designed entirely by humans, for humans. More than human design means thinking beyond just human needs. It's about creating things that also consider animals, plants, and the environment, designing in ways that respect and include all living beings, not just people. Imagine this. It's 3 a.m. in a quiet Sri Lankan village. You wake to the sound of crashing. Elephants are raiding your crops again. Your family's livelihood is vanishing one stomp at a time. I have lived in Puliyankulama for over 20 years now, and I have witnessed this conflict in my entire life. But what if I told you that this isn't really a conflict at all? What if it's just a misunderstanding, one that design can help us better intervening? So, my research aimed at exploring the potentials of more than human design that provide agency to non-human actors within this conflict. The objectives were to contribute to the growing field of more than human design by offering innovative approaches and conceptual tools to materialize solutions, and to explore how design might critically question human dominance, co-create alongside and amplify elephant agency, balancing human needs. So, at the heart of this approach is a powerful word, agency. Agency is the ability to take action, to choose what action to take, the capacity to exert power. So, my question became, how might we enable that capacity for decision making for elephants too? Let me walk you through how this research developed over the past 6 months. First, I spent months ethnographically studying human-elephant interactions through a more than human sociological lens in my own village. I wasn't just looking at surface-level conflict, I was trying to understand the deeper relationships, networks of actors, both human and non-human. Then came the experimental phase, and this was the most challenging part. I designed and redesigned participative workshop sessions, constantly asking, how do we move beyond human speaking for elephants to somehow letting elephants speak for themselves? Next, I took the most promising idea from these workshops and developed speculative design concepts. I wasn't trying to create a practical solution yet. I was exploring possibilities, pushing boundaries, asking what if. Finally, I chose one concept, the one I'm about to share with you, developed it further and tested it with real people to see how they reacted. Because the goal wasn't just to design something clever, it was to shift how people think. So, the village has so many non-human actors. So, as my first step, I chose the elephant as the starting point of this journey. But here's the challenge. Elephants can't speak for themselves in our human world. So, I went to the experts, zoologists, biologists, ecologists, people who could speak on behalf of elephants, not based on assumptions, but grounded in scientific evidence and local knowledge. This is where things got really interesting and really challenging. I conducted workshops in 2 distinct phases, each one an experiment in giving voice to the voiceless. In phase 1, I worked closely with villagers using their local knowledge about human encounters. My goal was simple, bridge perspectives, but it was harder than I expected to guide people think beyond just human viewpoint. Still, these sessions confirmed our key insight. It's all about the crops. Elephants are hungry. In phase 2, I turned toward the scientific community. I brought together university students and asked them to literally become the non-human actor in this conflict. Agriculture students from University of Peradeniya represented crops, and science students from the University of Jaffna became the voice of elephants, and students from Eastern University spoke with the light and sound, because even these elements play a role in this conflict. Here were these brilliant modern students, experts in their field, yet struggling to think beyond their human existence. It wasn't easy. Even though they had deep knowledge, they had a hard time truly embodying a non-human perspective. We went through many rounds of ideation. Each ideation taught us something new about the challenge of authentic non-human agency. Then came the breakthrough. Elephant dung. Not the most glamorous insight, but incredibly powerful. Elephant dung reveals exactly what crops they are seeking and what nutrients they are lacking. So, although we think elephants eat whatever they find, they are actually quite selective. They'll even break into village houses just to steal salt when they know they are lacking that mineral. Think about it, that elephants are already telling us what they need. We just weren't listening to the right language. The main reason for this recurring intrusion is, again, hunger. This led me to a provocative question. What if we could understand exactly what elephants are seeking and simply provide it for them? What if we build a restaurant just for elephants? So I created Biggie's Bistro, a speculative design concept that reimagines the edge of our village as a dining space for elephant. So here's how it works. At the village, we established a small lab to analyze elephant dung. This analysis tells us exactly which crops the elephants are currently seeking: jackfruit, mango, banana, or paddy. Through a digital platform, this analysis becomes an order, essentially a request from the elephants. Villagers registered in the system can view these orders to choose to accept them, preparing the requested crops in designated land plot areas become tables in our elephant restaurant. For the first time, elephants have live agency in shaping their own ecology. They are literally placing orders for what they need, and we as humans must act upon them. Here is the speculative digital product that narrates the fiction of more than human design. Now, let me be clear. Biggie's Bistro isn't a fully practical solution ready for implementation tomorrow. It's what we call speculative research through design, using design to ask questions, provoke thoughts, and explore possible futures. But we as humans already have the capacity to do this. The only problem is we are not ready to use it. So this concept is a provocation. It asks, what if we prioritized elephant needs and served them? It challenges how we make decisions about human-elephant conflict. It shows what's possible when we stop seeing elephants as problems to be managed and start seeing them as neighbors with legitimate needs. When I shared this concept with participants, their reactions were telling. Some were skeptical, others intrigued, but everyone started thinking differently about the conflict. That's the power of speculative design through design. It doesn't give you answers, it gives you better questions. Yes, this concept still relies on human scientific interpretation. The elephants aren't literally typing their orders on computers, but it marks a significant step toward true more than human design. It attempts to turn the tables on human-elephant consciousness, shifting our perspectives from dominance to coexistence. So, more than human design isn't just about elephants or even about human-animal conflict. It's about fundamentally rethinking how we design our world. It's about recognizing that we share this planet with countless other beings who deserve a voice in their own futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Nalifa. So definitely, I'm sure all of you all agree on the fact that it was definitely an award-winning paper, a research, amazing. And it also linked with exactly what Ricky was telling in the morning about having fun with design. So good job. And of course, we have a present all the way from the UK who has flown here. So we have the next presenter coming in. Yep, over to you.
Right, I'm a bit hungry after that one. All right, thank you all very much. It's very nice to be here. I also like to thank the previous speakers. That was very inspiring. Feel a bit more pressure now. But it's very nice. It's also very nice to see some familiar faces that I already met before. So I'm going to talk to you about my recent paper, which is about identifying communities within students within a very structured course scenario. So to tell you a bit more about myself, I am Jaap. I work at Central St. Martin's and I'm the BA Stage 2 leader. Stage is basically a year. It's a very interesting course because we're not necessarily approaching students as like empty cups that we pour knowledge in, but it's more like a communal kind of space to explore around the idea of graphic communication design and the possibilities within that landscape. So I look after the second year students. We're a very large course. We've got about 150 students in each year. And the idea is really that students are going through these 3 years. In the first year, they're very much so exploring what graphic communication design can do in the world. And then when they come to me in stage 2, it's much more inwards facing and starting to understand what they can contribute to a wider audience in graphic communication design. Then actually in stage 3, that's less of us teaching, and students are working in what we call communities of practice, which is really what this research is about. And I do need to give you a bit more insight on actually the course and how it works, because I refer to some of these terms later on. But we have a thing called platforms, which are basically like routes or major or minors that are not very conventional titles. But the idea is that in the first 2 years of the course, students go through these different platforms. So actually with 150 students going through different parts of the course, it's quite hard to identify what kind of projects they are interested in. So if they are on a particular platform like information and systems, you can give them feedback on that particular project. But what you kind of missing here is students who have gone through different platforms to try and identify what their interest is. So students can submit preferences for which platform they want to join. They then get allocated a spot, and then that goes on rotations for the first 2 years. But it's really hard to actually identify what the students are interested in throughout the first 2 years. So there's a bit of visibility around platform allocations, where students, which classes they go into, of course the work that they submit for those units, and then individual tutorial feedback. But actually there's quite a lot missing there that we can actually not really identify, which is about the hybrid practices that students develop throughout these platforms. Also the connections that students make with each other while they're developing their projects. So we're going to tell you about the methodology that we're using. I'm also trying to get my notes. That doesn't matter. So the first time that students come into stage 2, we have this workshop called the Incomplete Constellation of Graphic Communication Design. And it's founded within a conceptual framework around the power of 10, which is about thinking about graphic communication design as a field in terms of scale. And then on the right-hand side, you see the handout that students get, which is the Incomplete Constellation of Graphic Communication Design. Incomplete because they have to finish it. And those are just keywords that are directly from our handbook that come out of these platforms. And students are asked to try and make connections between these different constellations and actually start thinking about where their practice might sit between these different fields of interest. Students are then asked to think about the relationship within the cohort and overlap these pieces of paper to try and identify common interest within their practice. Students then have to write a little star sign about their constellation, and it forms like a starting point for when they work within stage 2, trying to experiment and explore their own identity. Within this paper, we have took that a bit further and tried to look into how we can use large language models or computational analytics for developing a better understanding how students develop their projects. So this is it works within 6 different steps. And it starts off, of course, with the workshop. At the end of the workshop, we ask students to submit 3 to 5 keywords that are based on the keywords from the handbook. And they fill that in online. We collect that data. And then the second step is, of course, that the data that we're getting from the students, those keywords, they're quite messy. So they need a bit of tidying up in terms of like spelling mistakes or additional spaces or things like that. Large language models are particularly good at that because it's just an automated process. Next up, we use large language models, in particular Claude, to find connections between the students' work. So these are the keywords that we submit to the model. And in addition, we upload all the material around these units. So the full handbook goes in, the keywords that we have, and then we map them against each other. So it's not like, we're not asking the AI for opinions or something like that. I'm not particularly interested in AI in terms of like making my shopping list or giving me an opinion about anything. But we're using like the large language models to create connections between the particular words that students are submitting, mapped on top of the existing the handbook. Next up, we use like visualization. So this is from 2 years ago. This is a visualization that identifies these kind of like overlapping connections between the different platforms and the things that students are interested in. We share this with the students so they get a bit of an idea of how we look at them and what kind of connections emerging here. So what's happened next is that it's quite important to mention that this is not like a one-off way of using AI where you drop all the data in and then it just spits out a response, but it's used in a way that it's always based on human judgment. So this mapping gives kind of like suggestions of things that we might want to explore. And that's directly what we take to the staff members to have a conversation about what we identify and how that might reflect on what the students' projects are about. And then the next step, most recently, I'm ignoring that. The next step is that we can then quite specifically target what the students are interested in, and that will, on the spot, we can respond to that in terms of like guest lectures that we get in to talk to the students, but also identifying key reading lists that we want to share with the students. So key findings of this paper are like 83% of all the students' keywords that they submitted go across these platforms. So these are not like silos that they're working in, but they're actually exploring these practices much more holistically. 70% of the keywords show cross-boundary connection. 5 keywords come across all of them. Now what's very interesting is that the unexpected things that you can identify in this kind of data, so strategy and identity, which is a little bit more like branding, advertising kind of platform, that keywords like immersive practice comes up there quite a lot, which are typically associated with other kind of like more experimental platforms. And this is very interesting because that's kind of also reflected within the industry, right? Where advertising is not just about selling things, but it's more like about an experiment. So like Nike turning an old swimming pool into a skate park, for example, instead of like just making posters. So limitations around this project are, of course, that the vocabulary that we're using is very much linked onto the handbook. So their students are a bit limited in terms of like how they can express it. That's kind of on purpose because it's a starting point in stage 2. I'll show you a next project how that relates to it. Of course, there are bias within large language models. We try to avoid that by actually feeding the kind of information of how we think about graphic communication design and its spectrum. We have already done multiple iterations, so here's a website that actually shows different kind of cohorts as ones, so you can compare the different years with each other. And then, so an iteration that we already start developing in the last year is that, of course, the vocabulary bias around these existing keynotes is a bit restricted. And what we have identified is that actually within these smaller communities of students is that they frequently share resources with each other, books, articles, tools, websites, and this is a really kind of interesting way to look at like how they develop their practice. So we start developing this thing called the Community Resource List, which is basically a library of a particular cohort of resources that the students are interested in. That's also linked to our objective of thinking about graphic communication design as a canon being quite limited in a way. It's very like white, male, Eurocentric orientated. Even the bookshelves at Central St. Martin's have very limited diversity, which is something that we're very interested in, like questioning more broadly. So this is the website. These are all like inputs from students from this year and their contribution. And then in terms of keynotes, they add tags related to these subjects that they're doing. So this is a result from the last 5 weeks, first 5 weeks of this year, where we identify kind of like where these resources are coming from. Still a lot of work needs to be done, but it already shows a lot better, diverse understanding of what graphic communication is about. And finally, I would like to share that all of these resources, so all the codes, all the community resource lists, all the material that I'm presenting in this paper is open source and anybody can use it and do whatever they want with it. I'm using P5.js and D3 for the mapping, which are all like open source visualization. And if you think about like this idea of community, I was thinking about it would be quite nice to apply this kind of methodology to us here together in this room, and that can potentially reveal some interesting things or connections with everybody here. So the last thing I wanted to do is that I want to invite everybody to scan this QR code on your phone, which will take you to an online form. And then I want to ask everybody here to submit like 3 to 5 keywords about their practice, so things that you are interested in within your field. But before the end of the conference, I will make an analysis of that and present a map for everybody to share. So it's an online form. You can just scan the QR code. It will ask you for your name. I will take your name out once I process it through the AI. And then hopefully before I get on the plane, I will get you your map. All right. Thank you very much. How long was that?
Okay, so thank you. Amazing session. I think I'm quite happy that I was able to be part of it. So can we ask all the speakers to come onto the stage, and can we have 2 volunteers to help get the chairs to the stage? So we had the first, so just till this place gets sorted, I also would want, since majority of the participants here are students, this is a very interesting session simply because this is on design pedagogy and thinking, which I think this session brought us from the secondary school level, the education that has to, the pedagogy and the thinking behind shared by Dr. Harshini from California University, and then of course taken a step further, coming in from two research areas coming in from Mihirini, talking on understanding basically on the current practices of design education, from focused into fashion design education through a solid literature review. Then of course we also had Yap talking on, again, on the practices that would actually help us develop design into a new areas of thinking, simply through understanding the student at this point. And then of course we also went beyond the pedagogy, the education system. We've looked at how pedagogy is working in the industry perspective, from in books as well, of course, and even to animals, and how all this is actually helping design in contrast, leading into something. So so thank you again for all the speakers, and we would like to open the floor for questions. And maybe two volunteers, or just before I say, I want to say, introduce my co-chair, Ms. Randika. She will be helping in coordinating this session. So if you have any questions, yeah, there's a question in front. Can we have on the front seat?
Well, it's not a question, but I think all the presentations were very fascinating. I mean, I got to learn, starting from fashion design to grids and golden ratio to the libraries and making use of books, making them friends more than the mobiles, and the Elephant project and the LMM project. So all of them were very interesting, very interdisciplinary, I would say, and especially the Elephant project. I mean, the process undertaken, the amount of work done, and then seeing it from a very different lens, and then coming out with a solution. It was very interesting. But I would like to know what was the most challenging part in that project from you, if you can share.
Actually, the most challenging part was working with the villagers, because they are the ones who are mostly get engaged with the elephant and in the conflict. So they have a bias towards this conflict, and when working with them, it was really difficult to take them to the track and to do the thing that I want in the workshop. So that's the most challenging part, but with iteration after iteration, it got sorted out.
Okay. Really looking forward to your complete paper. We'll be reading it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The paper will be online soon, hopefully before end of December it'll be out. Any more questions? Yes.
I have a question for speaker one, Mihirini. Did you find any drastic differences between the fashion education, fashion design education in Sri Lanka and other countries when you were doing your research?
I think the question is for Mihirini. If I'm to clarify the question, asking if there was a difference between the global education, fashion education, and in Sri Lankan education system.
Okay, thank you for raising that question. So I'm still in the very beginning of my research, so it's when I compare the global studies versus the Sri Lankan studies, there's a gap. Actually, there's a gap, but we need to focus on what we can learn from them and what we can actually take it for the Sri Lankan context, because we can't go with the things that the country is using for fashion education. So my focus is to see the good things in globally the practices, and to take that and get it to the context, like the Sri Lankan context. There's a difference. Actually, there's a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question.
Actually, the question, there are a few questions, but I will restrict my questions because of the time limit. Mihirini, I'm taking a cue from you. For example, most of the design programs, even in Sri Lanka, and most of the global south, are copies of the West, right? So I think already we are using the same kind of material, same kind of systems, same kind of curricula in practice. My issue is actually we all know the current industry is actually a broken system, a failed system. And I think most of us are actually producing stylists for this broken system. So I think we'll have to go beyond that and to see, for example, rather than trying to produce something good, something beautiful for the people, why not we design something good for the people or comfortable for the people. For example, for you are sitting there, something that feels good for you, and also the person who stitched the very same garment for you, whether that person is also comfortable in their garment as well. So I have that question, and that is what we are actually trying to do here at the design program here. So I will take then I will, this is also not a question, but an appreciation, right? For example, you are putting the student ecologies beyond the fixed curriculum. And we are trying to shape the curriculum with the students and how they feel, how they behave, and taking the student ecology to the top. So that is something we are also doing here, but with not the language models, with putting the context, and we are taking, it's a sort of a living ecology. We are also taking the students, we are taking them to certain context, and we are trying to learn from them, and we don't even call ourselves as, how can I say, resource persons, even resource persons, we call them facilitators. So that's good to learn from your presentation that you are doing in another way and we are doing in another way. I think we have a lot to learn from you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, of course, the two questions were led into the higher education, two speakers who spoke on the higher education. So, of course, suggestions and comments and appreciation. Thank you. Any more questions for the speakers? Yes, there's. This is on pedagogy, so of course there is a lot of, the lecturers are having a lot of questions.
This is Priyab, a very interesting presentation. And whenever user research are doing network analysis, always giving really interesting findings. I'm just curious how you are materializing these student communities in your education practice applications.
Just to add to that, whether you have concrete examples of teachers or lecturers changing their practice or insights that came out of these specific findings.
So concrete examples are really, well, like I said before, it's not like we using the AI to give like a defined answer, which I think in terms of design is also quite interesting how people engage with this new technology as it being a chat box, like there's a person behind it and you ask a question. But more examples of how we, so it's a conversation with the staff members around those findings, and it's not saying you have to like do this or you have to change it, but it's like tutors have identified themes within students' work that are reflected in these kind of research. So there are conversations about how we might adapt the brief going forward. There are things around resources that we share. And as I was saying before, like it's quite difficult within one particular moment in time, in one particular brief, to be able to provide meaningful feedback to a student, because it will only be about that particular brief, while in the previous project they might have explored other areas of graphic communication design. And for us it's more interested in terms of like identifying that practice more broadly instead of these silos. So it comes down to guest lectures. So there's some flexibility in in the structure of the course where we can adapt in terms of like on the spot. And then, as I was saying with the like community resource list, those are now things that actually they move with the students throughout the course. So it's not something that just happens at one particular moment, but this kind of like new ideas around design, this kind of like digital bookshelf in a way is something like that travels with them. And lastly, I would say it's very much a conversation with the students as well. It's like this idea of like exploring the boundaries, trying to identify what is actually needed or what's interesting. And I do think there's some interesting things happening in this data analysis of like identifying things that we already see outside of school, like in the real world, like I was saying about advertising being being a struggle at the moment in terms of like different kind of ways of like selling a product, or like it's more like an experience that those companies are trying to sell. So it's interesting seeing that data emerging within the students' work, if that answered your question. Thank you very much.
Cool. I believe there is a bit of challenge as well, implementing as well. Okay, so any more questions? Yes.
This is for Alifa. Nice presentation. So what do you think about, as a designers, we all know that when we are implementing some kind of ideological design into the real world, there is a problem how we should deal with the government and the policies. When it comes to your projects, what are the real problems that you get from those policy kind of things?
So the intervention that I suggested is something that we create the edge of the village as a restaurant for elephants. So although I suggested that the village if we are going to implement that in a day, one day, so there should be something like how to say that. Although we suggest that, so this is kind of a provocation, not an implementation. But as a media and communication designer, in my scope, I wanted to see how people think differently about this conflict. So for the other designers who are willing to use more than human design in their design process, even for the product designers, there is a space for them to design for the real world. And for the rules and regulations, in the sense, actually we want to take,
awareness, I would say. Yeah, so I think it's, it falls into a category that you wouldn't want to implement it at this point, but idea generation is what we're looking at. Is that the co-author also can give a respond to this?
Yeah, I would say like right now we are taking decisions, making policies, deciding, putting fences and everything based on this fundamental understanding of human in the hierarchy of the ecosystem, and elephants are considered as threat. So what Nalifa's project is doing is turning the table and think otherwise. So if you start to think otherwise, there could be different policies. For instance, usually the buffer zones are now declared as a safe zone for human. But in her project, she's rebranding and pushing to rethink the buffer zone as a place where human cater to elephants, which is again a way to rethink policies on regulations and everything. So I would say like all the practical implementations are provoking different policy makers, product design makers, solution makers and everything. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I might have to cut down the question time now because we are short of time. So we would want to acknowledge the speakers with a certificate today. So for this, can I invite the head of the department, Ms. Rwandika, to hand over the certificates to our speakers? And to assist is Ms. Rashini. Okay, so starting off, we would want to say thank you to Mihirini De Silva for her paper on current practices in fashion design education, a review on the global perspective. And the next paper to YAP for LLM informed mapping of emerging student practices, communities for adaptive design curricula. And the third paper to Ms. Dasuni for exploring grid systems and the application of it in children's picture books for visual literacy. The fourth presenter, Dr. Harshini, for her presentation on fostering the role of library activities to boost reading motivation, enhancing engagement in school libraries. And award-winning paper, Ms. Nalifa, What if Elephants Ordered Dinner? Speculative, more than human design futures for human-elephant conflict. Thank you, speakers, and thank you, head of the department, for this session. So with this, we will conclude, and we will jump into the next session, which will be chaired by Dr. Dilina Navaratna and co-chaired by Mr. Supun. And the next session will be on design across technologies. Over to you, Dilina.
Hi everyone. So we will move to our second session of the day, fifth of the IDR. The theme is design across technologies, a very important one I would say during this drastic change in technology. So it is like, it's giving us a new opportunity to rethink what we are doing, because what we consider as fixed and solid are now melting down. Providing us a new opportunity to rethink how to think about design, how to think about designing, as well as how to think about design education. So we have five interesting papers here. The first one is Non-Humanoid Robotic Communication, a Cube's Expressive Movements, presented by Pereira BKP and Vasala K. Stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kalpani Pereira, an MPhil student in the Department of Integrated Design, University of Moratuwa. So I'm conducting my research under the supervision of Dr. Kamal Vasala. So today I will be presenting my research titled Non-Humanoid Robotic Communication, a Cube's Expressive Movements. To begin with, emotions play a fundamental role in human-robot interaction, which refers to how people understand and interact with robots. In most existing robots, emotional expression depends heavily on humanoid features, such as facial expressions and body gestures. As discussed in related works, conveying emotions and interacting with users in non-humanoid robots with no human-like appearance remain underexplored. Therefore, the study investigated whether a simple robotic form can convey basic emotions through movement alone. By shifting the focus from appearance to movement, the research aims to understand how simple robotic forms with no complex features can create meaningful, non-verbal, emotional interactions. This study is a part of a larger research project that examines how non-humanoid robots can convey emotions through their form and movement, focusing on how these two elements can work together in emotional communication. So the research combines insight from multiple disciplines, including human emotions, nonverbal communication, human-robot interaction, and expressive motion design. Across these disciplines, movement is recognized as one of the most powerful medium for expressing emotions. This study therefore bridges design by HRI, analyzing how movement can support emotional communication in non-humanoid robot forms. HRI, human-robot interaction, has evolved from being purely functional to becoming more social and emotional. As robots are part of many fields, from education and healthcare to hospitality and other social settings, they need to communicate effectively and express their emotions, build trust, and create sense of comfort with people. Most existing robots do this through human-like features or body gestures. However, as robots become more diverse in form, there's a growing need to understand how non-humanoid robots with no human-like features can create same emotional connection. Emotions make interaction more natural and engaging. They build trust, guide behavior, and reduce confusion during communication. Although many robots express emotions through faces or gestures, recent research highlights that potential of movement-based emotion cues, especially in simple non-humanoid robots. In line with existing research, this study adopts Ekman's model of 6 basic emotions: happiness, sadness, anger, fear, disgust, and surprise, which is universally acknowledged across cultures and commonly used in emotion research. Therefore, the primary purpose of this study is to investigate whether a simple form can convey basic emotions primarily through movement patterns. Especially, the study examines how people interpret different movement characteristics and how these features can convey emotional meaning. A cube was chosen as the form for the study, depending on several reasons supported by the literature. Cube forms are minimal, stable, and neutral, and ideal for studying emotional expression without anthropomorphic bias. Their simplicity ensures participants focus entirely on motion, not appearance, making emotional expression through movement easier to observe and analyze. Therefore, the study is ultimately structured around answering 3 basic research questions: how effectively can emotions be conveyed through the cube movements? How accurately can observers identify the intended emotions? And finally, what is the relationship between geometric forms, geometric movement patterns, and emotional expression? Moving on to the methodology, an exploratory mixed method approach was used with 30 participants. Initially, participants were divided into 2 teams, presenters and observers. The presenter teams has to select an emotion from Ekman 6 basic emotions, create a movement pattern using a cube to represent that emotion, and they perform it without speech or facial signs. The observers had to watch the presenters and identify the intended emotion. Afterward, both presenters and observers were allowed to discuss their activity and share their ideas. Then, both groups discussed their experience with each other and completed a questionnaire which include participant confidence and clarity, the reasoning behind their emotion selection, the accuracy of emotion identification, interpretations, and other related reflections. Data were analyzed using two-tiered coding process, mapping links between movement and emotion to identify common patterns and themes. So here you can see the participant in action, exploring how to express emotion through the cube movements. The result revealed clear differences in how emotions were interpreted. Happiness, anger, and sadness had the highest recognition rates, as their movement patterns were strong and clear. In contrast, fear, disgust, and surprise were harder to express, often relying on subtle or complex signals. Overall, simple emotions with clear rhythms or directional changes were easiest to understand and communicate, while complex emotions require greater complexity. As shown here, positive emotions were recognized more accurately, while negative, complex emotions were often confused or misinterpreted. As discussed, the cube's simplicity encouraged creative experimentation, but it also revealed its limits, like especially for emotions like disgust and fear, need more layered signals to convey it effectively. Observers mainly focused on rhythm, speed, and repetition when identified emotion. Smooth, steady rhythms were linked to calm and pleasant emotions, while erratic or irregular ones suggested tension and excitement. Faster movements conveyed energy or intensity, whereas slower ones expressed sadness or relaxation. Upward or downward directions were seen as positive, while downward and backward movement reflected withdrawal or negativity. Repetition enhanced the emotional impression, making movement feel more intentional. So clear movement patterns emerged for each emotion. For happiness, the movements were light, flowing, and rhythmic, often moving forward or outward with smooth bouncing or circular motion at a slow and medium speed. Sadness showed drooping, heavy, downward movement at a slow pace, often with dragging or minimal motion. Anger involved sharp, fast, and forceful actions directed outward, if pushing, striking, like that. So they were repetitive, showing high energy and intensity. For fear, the movements were trembling and stable, usually moving backward or pulling away. The speed was fast but uneven. Disgust involved quick, rejecting turns, often sideways or backwards, showing avoidance and tilting away from the object or source. Surprise featured sudden, fast, and abrupt movements, typically upward or backward with quick endings. So in conclusion, the study initially showed that even simple geometric forms like cubes are capable of expressing basic human emotions through movements. Emotions such as happiness, sadness, and anger were easier for participants to recognize, while more complex emotions like fear or disgust and surprise were harder to communicate clearly. We also found that movement features, including direction, rhythm, speed, and repetition, play a key role in how emotions are perceived. This research enhances our understanding of emotion in non-humanoid robots, showing that movement alone can communicate feelings without faces or gestures. It introduced an emotional movement model that can guide designers and engineers in creating expressive behaviors for minimalist robots. The findings provide empirical guidance and evidence on how simple geometric shapes are emotionally perceived in HRI and support application in education, therapy, companionship that often benefit from simple, affordable, and abstract robots. It also highlights opportunities for future research, exploring different shape, motion complexity, and user perception. The study contributes to exploring how movement alone enables emotional communication, identified motion-specific cues for design, and offers a foundation for exploring new shapes and richer motion in future work. Together, these contribute advance both academic understanding and practical robotic design in non-humanoid robotic research. These findings can inform the design of robot across various fields, including education, therapy, assistive technologies, and interactive installations. For example, expressive movement could make learning more engaging, provide emotional support in therapy, and add interactivity in public spaces. For companion or minimalist designers can use motion alone to add emotional depth, keeping design simple, affordable, and relatable. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. And I would like to acknowledge the Senate Research Committee of University of Moratuwa to support me to conduct this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's really important in the era where all the humanoid robots are reaching and recalling the theory of uncanny valley. So right now we are moving into our next presentation. The title of the research is Scientific Traces of a Hobby, Co-Designing a Platform to Repurpose Wildlife Photography into Conservation. Presented by Vikramasuriya and co-authored by myself, Navaratna D.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandul. I'm Sandul Vikramasuriya, and from University of Moratuwa. And today I'll be presenting my research on the scientific traces of a hobby, co-designing a platform to repurpose wildlife photography into conservation, co-authored by Dr. Dilina Navaratna. This study explores how participatory design can bridge a gap between two worlds: creative wildlife photography and scientific conservation research. Wildlife photography generates a vast and continuous record of species, habitats, and behaviors. Yet, most of these photographic data remains stored on personal devices or shared online with no scientific use. This raised a simple but important question. How might we repurpose the hidden data in these photographs to support wildlife research? The challenge then was not only technical but collaborative. How to connect those who have data with those who need it. Since this problem lies at the intersection of creative and scientific practice, I chose participatory design as the research approach. Rather than designing a tool in isolation, I worked with people directly involved, wildlife photographers and wildlife researchers, to co-create a system shaped by their lived experiences. Participatory design allowed both groups to define what useful data means in their own terms and how it could be translated across disciplines. The research engaged 6 wildlife photographers and 4 researchers with varied expertise, from hobbyists to professionals, from research assistants to PhD candidates. This mix ensured diverse perspectives. Photographers who document wildlife daily, and researchers who interpret those observations scientifically. As the designer, my primary role was to design the workshops which would trigger insights that would help me to create the platform, to create the design solution. So the first participatory exercise I designed was to explore how researchers interpret photographic data. So I provided them a set of leopard images, first a single photo, then several from the same moment, and finally images taken over multiple days. They identified what information they could derive out of them about species, health, behavior, and territory. The exercise revealed that single photographs hold limited value, but a series of images taken over time increases the data reliability. It also showed that metadata such as date, time, location is essential for scientific use. This became the foundation for how photographic data would later be structured in the design process. Next, I turned into wildlife photographers to understand their routines, how they capture, store, and share images. Through a journey mapping activity and a fold analysis, I followed their process from planning trips to uploading their images online or storing them in their hard drives or computers. Through the fold analysis, I understood that most photographers capture over 1,000 images per trip, but shared only a handful of images on social media, which are basically what are being used for social media. The number is around 5. So when analyzed, each trip documented roughly around 25 different species. Yet these valuable images were left unused, stored in their devices or memory cards. This insight reframed the design problem. How might we encourage systematic record keeping that benefits both photographers and researchers? Initial research showed that photographers often maintain informal records through notes, spreadsheets, or checklists. This highlighted the opportunity to design a platform that formalizes record keeping while retaining the creative spirit of photography. I analyzed existing tools like iNaturalist, eBird, and Zooniverse. While invaluable for citizen science, they focus on structured data entry, not the photographic experience. Meanwhile, social media platforms encourage photo sharing but exclude scientific data. To uncover what photographers valued most by uploading their images to social media, I conduct an activity called Circles of Me. What it does is, it asks participants to visually arrange their priorities around their photography practice. Mapping these responses showed strong interest in statistics like frequency of sightings, top species observed, and a map of their hotspots. These were insights that could transform photography into a meaningful data source. So with these insights, I went on to my next design activity, which is asking them to sketch, where I facilitated a co-sketching workshop and asked them to envision how they wanted these insights to be represented. These participated findings guided the creation of the platform Wild Diary. Wireframes and prototypes of this platform were developed iteratively, translating participants' ideas into design components such as maps, graphs, and summaries. So I went on to the next stage, where I created the basic prototype using similar workshops. And one insight I got through iterating through feedback was a high cognitive load in the researcher's dashboard. Applying the design principle of progressive disclosure helped to simplify this, showing essential data first and revealing more details as needed. This stage underscored how participatory methods refine not just features, but the clarity of information itself. Then I came to the final stages of my platform, where I designed the rest of the UI according to the main user stories. Here's a sneak peek into the final outcome of the project. The platform guides users through a simple onboarding process from the landing page to the main web application. Photographers can upload their images with most data automatically extracted from photo metadata. They receive visual analysis such as species graphs and hotspot maps, encouraging continued participation through a point-based leaderboard system. And at the other end, researchers get access to structured data to track species distribution and trends, while another group where citizen scientists can help to identify and classify images, creating a collaborative system that turns everyday photography into a meaningful conservation data system. Through this process, the research produced 3 main insights. Multiple participatory techniques reveal different layers of understanding. No single activity captures the full picture. Co-design across principles helps to transform creative data into scientific evidence. And finally, participatory design acts as a bridge, enabling collaboration that reshapes both design and research practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your valuable presentation. And then we will move on to another interesting topic here. The title of the research is Reconceptualizing Fonts as Digital Infrastructure in Sri Lanka, presented by Eggodawatta P.
No, perfect. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm going to do this in 10 minutes. I'll do my best to finish this off in 10 minutes. I'll tell about myself at the end if I have enough time. So this is, I'm a typeface designer. I'll have to start with that. I make fonts for Sri Lanka, and I've been doing this for last 10 years with a close group of just 2 other people just working on these things, making Sinhala and Tamil fonts mostly. And this is a screenshot taken, as you can see, in 2014, almost 11 years ago. It claims that you can download 2,000 Sinhala fonts. If this was true, I didn't have a career, I wouldn't have a career, and then everything that I talk about doesn't make sense. But the truth is, this is kind of, even though it claims there are 2,000 fonts, there were at that time also about 10 fonts that were actually useful. And the paradox that right now we face is that everyone uses fonts, but there's just never enough. So it's either no fonts, not enough fonts, and no fonts just fold back into, not enough fonts that address the need, whether it's the style, the voice, or the functionality. So the paradox here is we are in a university, we are celebrating 25 years of design, education, and yet we don't have enough fonts that can address all our needs. And this is because of, this problem. The paradox is manifested in 3 critical ways. So I'm going to just show you 3 things. So the first one is the legacy encoding problem. Our industry is still using old technology encoded fonts. Some of you might know these as FM fonts, the legacy encoded fonts as opposed to Unicode fonts. And because of this, our information is stuck in systems. And the below you can see this was taken last year from a government gazette. Even though visually you could see Sinhala letters, actually the information is not understood by machines or computers. You cannot read it. So this was from actually it's a amendment to the Code of Criminal Procedure. It should be easily searchable. And then the second problem is language marginalization. You can see here how the Tamil language is being crammed together, it's almost treated as a, dare I say, like a secondary citizenry in this country. Oh, I don't know where they're treated like that. But you can see, again, Tamil completely being dropped off from a certain signage. This was taken in 2009. And as opposed to all of this, you can see a hand-drawn signage from Vaunia. This was photographed in 2019. Where you can see in this majority Tamil concentrated area, naturally the Tamil script is being given the prominence. But when you don't have enough fonts, when you don't have sophisticated enough fonts which can address the intricacies of that specific script, you end up with signage like this. Next time you step out, you will start seeing how these languages are conflicting each other. Then the third case, the paradox of piracy. You know, I don't want to go through the icky feeling of asking you to raise your hands and ask how many of you have purchased a font license in your lifetime and have paid for a Sinhala font license, or even like a font license, even as professionals. You know, how many software licenses have you purchased in your life as students? This is a typeface called Singha Samadhi, and this was designed by Harsha Gunasekara from Anuradhapura. It was released about 5 years ago. He sold about 215 licenses for this typeface, but this is one of the most popular Sinhala typefaces right now, being pirated left and right. All the bigger brands, big brands, political parties, channels, media corporations who speak for the Sri Lankan identity, they all use this, but it's being pirated. And it's the kind of paradox that we face. So this paradox is caused by, it's not our fault. If I make you feel bad about licensing, it's not our fault. It's because of the market failures. So let's start with understanding fonts. Fonts have a specific, like two specific economic characteristics. They are non-excludable and non-rivalrous. So to compare fonts versus a physical good, the physical good, let's take a chair. Chair, one person uses, so another person can't. Therefore, we can easily control access. If I'm selling chairs, I can control access and sell it. Whereas fonts, everyone can use it at the same time, so I can't prevent copying. I know this sounds like, okay, I can't, you can use DRM, all these technologies, but you know, our downloads folders are evidence for that last statement. You can't prevent copying. So this creates the free rider problem. Everyone benefits, but no one pays. That's why the market fails. And this problem with why nobody pays, it's a problem that we need to discuss about all the complexities of economy, our GDP, how all these formats work. That's a different discussion. So the second one is the systemic underinvestment in the fonts market. So these numbers, you can read my paper to understand where these sort of numbers come from. But since the type design is a niche interest area, requires a lot of knowledge and understanding to produce like really high quality fonts. This is these are the numbers that we are dealing with. So this sort of investment with a small market. When I say small market, I'm not referring of the market from a perspective of how many speakers. I'm referring to the market in terms of the GDP and the buying power of that particular market, not necessarily the number of readers. So that plus the weak enforcement of laws and licensing, it creates this systemic underinvestment in the fonts that I have experienced. And the last one is the critical infrastructure is usually maintained by volunteers. This is true for especially digital infrastructure. In 2014, there was this software bug called Heartbleed, which exposed data on millions of websites. This was a bug in a system called OpenSSL, a software which protects banks, governments, companies, and this software was maintained by just 4 people, like literally 100% underfunded. They got about like $1,000 USD per month or something to develop this. So everyone dependent on it. everyone assumed someone else was paying for it, but no one was. So now you can think about all the Sinhala fonts that you have been using. Pretty much nobody has been paying for these things. Yeah. So this is a auto-ethnographic research almost coming from my practice. So this is a statement that I'm putting out. No, in Sri Lanka, no one is ready to pay for high-quality font that should be available for everyone. I can elaborate on this later on. But so we understand the market failure. So now the paradigm shift that I'm proposing is to this. Understanding fonts as infrastructure, not as products, because fonts can encode or obscure information. Fonts can enable or obstruct communication. They can enrich or diminish meaning. They can empower or restrict communities. And they can enforce or blur identities. I think all the images that I showed you before should kind of connect to these sort of 5 E's that I'm trying to establish. And we have international cases where the governments and bodies came together to invest in critical infrastructure font projects, which I call them. The US government commissioned highway fonts. The Netherlands commissioned a signage system. Russian government introduced PT Sans. It's widely open source and available. Even though with issues and problems and a lot of shortcomings, India has a CDAC Indic fonts. In Sri Lanka, ICTA did some ad hoc work, but again, the systemic thinking of infrastructure understanding has not been there. So last sort of solutions that we are working on is signage font family and open source Sinhala Tamil English signage font family follows international standards, open documentation, and hopefully getting like government stakeholders together as well. This is something that we are working on. And the other thing is the crowdsourced font library, a membership-based access, tiers for various revenue tiers, based on your revenue rather than number of computers, maybe based on number of people employed by your organization rather than any other arbitrary measure, collective voting for people who contribute to this library, and innovative methods of funding. If you're interested about like sort of innovative ways of funding, I highly recommend you looking at these 2 methods, quadratic funding and crowd matching at Snowdrift. But the real question is, the technical challenges are solvable. After a decade of working on this stuff, like I can tell you, like we know how to make Sinhala fonts that would work on any computer, any tool, any system for any use case. But the real question is, can we organize ourselves to provide and maintain the typographic infrastructure for our language, that our language require, and most importantly, what our economy require. And now I'm not talking about that whole empowering communities or anything like that, but our economy as a nation coming out of years of distrust, years of trauma, like collective trauma to our economy and our cultures, we need to have tools, especially to communicate to each other and to make sure that we feel that we belong with each other and we are part of this economy. So this is the real question, because technology can be easily organized. Every year we come together to do like Vesak Dansal like crazy people and just feed everyone on every Poya day. So, it's simply I'm asking, can we pool our money together so we can employ a few people to keep making Sinhala Tamil English high quality fonts for all of us to use. So it's about not how do we sell fonts, and our enterprise, our studio Moniac has always been not about selling fonts. We have not sold any fonts like licensing wise. So it's about how do we maintain font infrastructure. So not isolated interventions, but sustainable systems. So if you go to our GitHub, you can see almost all the work that we have done over the last decade is open source for anybody to use, anybody to understand. And these are some of the projects that we have done. And
all of these things, how it's going to be productized, will come in January 2026. Thank you. I went over 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your thought-provoking presentation. Looking forward to discuss during the session. And then we are moving to another interesting presentation. The title as Perception versus Practice, a gap analysis of sleep hygiene knowledge and behavior in young adults, presented by Veeraman P. and Vasala K.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Prashansa Pahasarani from University of Moratuwa. So, today I am presenting our work titled Perception versus Practice, a gap analysis of sleep hygiene knowledge and behavior in young adults. So, this study was carried out with the guidance of Dr. Kamal Vasala. So, as designers, we often think about what improves people's lives, what supports well-being, comfort, and emotional balance. Sleep sits at the center of all these, yet it's one of the most compromised behaviors in young adults. This presentation explores why knowing good sleep habits is not as same as the practicing them, and how design can play a powerful role in closing this gap. So, sleep is not just a biological requirement, it's a human experience shaped by environments, routines, products, and emotions. But despite this, most interactions around sleep are poorly designed. We live in a fast-paced, technology-saturated lifestyles where sleep becomes secondary. Young adults know what to do, maintain consistent bedtimes and screens, avoid screens, reduce caffeine, but the lived experience doesn't align with that knowledge. So, we began to reframe the problem from a health issue into a design challenge. Why do young adults struggle to act on what they already know? And what kind of experience, feedback, or interaction would help them bridge that gap? So, to understand the scale of the issue, we begin with a global context. So, only about 15% of adults achieve healthy sleep durations on a regular basis. Among university students, one of the most stressed communities, 60% report poor or disturbed sleep, and the consequences go far beyond tiredness, reduced creativity, learning difficulties, emotional imbalance, and poor cognitive performance. For designers, this is a crucial insight. Sleep is not just a medical issue, it is a design need. So one pattern kept appearing across the studies that young adults have high awareness about the sleep hygiene knowledge, but there's a comparatively low adherence. So this gap between knowing and doing is what we call the knowledge behavior paradox. And it's a classical behavioral design challenge. So design has the power to shape action through reminders, interfaces, rituals, and experiences. So the study followed 4 key objectives. First, to synthesize recent research on sleep hygiene behaviors in young adults. Second, to identify the key barriers that prevent them from practicing what they know. Third, to design a small participatory invention, a reflective diary tool. And finally, to evaluate whether such a simple design-led experience could create measurable changes. So most research on sleep hygiene is informational and not experiential. So it tells people how to explore and experience it or why habits fail. So few studies look at motivation, context, emotional states, or environmental triggers, all of which strongly influence behavior. So this flow from data, insight to experience and behavior guided the structure of this research. Our research had mainly two phases. First was a systematic review phase, and second was a participatory pilot invention. So in the systematic review phase, we mapped patterns, behaviors, and barriers across studies from 2019 to 2025. And this review revealed why the underlying barriers happen, and then the pilot explained how young adults respond when given a reflective user-centered tool. So together, these phases helped us move from observation to actionable design insights. So this slide summarizes the methodology. For phase 1, we searched databases, screened studies, and conducted thematic analysis. For phase 2, 12 undergraduates got completed pre-surveys, used a 2-week reflective sleep diary, and completed post-surveys plus feedback. So quantitative data showed changes in habits, while qualitative data revealed emotional and contextual patterns. The systematic review revealed strong patterns. Nearly 70% of the students were found having high awareness about the sleep hygiene knowledge, but less than 40% showed adherence or had good practice. So these recurring barriers emerged. 1, technology overuse at night, and then academic or the productivity pressure, and finally the misconceptions about the catch-up sleep on weekends. So this confirmed that the true challenge is behavioral and not informational. Under the participatory pilot, it involved 12 undergraduates aged 19 to 28. So they used the Sleep Hygiene Index, the Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index, and a 2-week reflective diary. The diary served two purposes: a data tool, and it acted as a mirror serving tool where participants observed their own habits. The process was simple to learn. It reflect, track, and adjust. Participants first learned the fundamentals of healthy sleep, so they had a clear reference point. Then they reflected on their own habits, noticing where their realities differed from what they already knew. Through daily entries, they began to track their bedtime routines, screen times, and lifestyle patterns, which made previously unconscious behaviors visible. So finally, with this new awareness, they naturally begin to adjust their routines, going to bed earlier, reducing scrolling, or managing caffeine, because the patterns were now clear and personally meaningful. So the cycle is what helped transform intention into consistent action. The results were encouraging. Sleep hygiene index improved by 18%, and the Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index improved by 18%, and the bedtime consistency seemed to improve by 59%, which means they showed a better sleep quality. So even a small reflective tool created meaningful could change the sleep patterns within 2 weeks. So this showed how design-driven reflection can activate awareness and turn it into action. So the qualitative insights explain why the numbers changed. Students realized how much late night scrolling affected them. Academic stress was the major barrier. Digital distraction was the hardest habit to break. But seeing their own progress, even small changes felt motivating. So this reinforces a key design insight: when habits become visible, they become changeable. So what does this mean for design? At the practice level, we need to reflect interfaces, behavioral nudges, and personalized feedback. At the product and policy level, universities and well-being systems should embed sleep support modules and cognitive behavioral therapy inspired tools. And at the research level, we need long-term, multisensory, culturally diverse design studies related to sleep. So to conclude, knowledge alone doesn't change behavior, but experience-centered design will. So a simple, low-cost reflective tool improved sleep hygiene, consistency, and awareness. So as designers, we have the opportunity to support healthier futures by shaping the interactions, rituals, and environments that influence the sleep. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's a topic that I have to personally consider also. Then we will move into our last presenter, design-based adaptation of a facial analysis model for Sri Lankan kolam mask, presented by Vijayaratna J and Samaravikrama S.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jaini Bhagya from University of Mortua. So today I will be presenting my research on design-based adaptation of a facial analysis model for Sri Lankan kolam mask. This adaptation demonstrates how digital measurement and visual analysis can be applied with the heritage context, linking modern design method with the study and preservation of traditional craft. So this study was carried out under the supervision of Dr. Samaravikrama. So, do you know about kolam? Or have you heard about kolam tradition? Kolam masks are distinctive artistic masks used in the Sri Lankan folk dance drama traditions. Kolam representing various characters and depicting scenes from everyday life and folklore. Kolam masks in Sri Lanka are traditional wooden masks used in various cultural rituals and performances. Intricately carved and brightly painted, these masks represent different characters and deities, such as demons, animals, and folk heroes. Overall, kolam drama characterized by masked actors, music, dance, performance, costumes, props, dialogues, and storytelling, often depicting folklore, mythology, and social commentary. There are 4 main kolam traditions in Sri Lanka. They are Ambalango tradition, Bentara traditions, Mirissa Udupila, and Mirissa South traditions. As an example, let's take the Mudali kolama. You can see how the appearance of the Mudali kolama characters, which is shown in here, varies according to these 4 traditions. Even though it is the same characters, in the appearance varies. When we take these 4 traditions, we can see that appearance varies from one another even in the same characters. Then, what do you think about this? All these shown human characters, but they are different from one another. Look, as you see, Japanese cartoon characters are totally different from American cartoon characters, though they have few common components. But all of these are human characters. A study of facial features of American and Japanese cartoon characters by Kun Liu, Jun Hon Chen, and Kan Min Chan is a research done to study about the difference between American and Japanese cartoon characters. This research omits everything in characters and focuses to only the face. This research is based on 19 points that are marked on the face. And the facial features are measured through main 3 parts. They are length and width, angles, and areas. Then, what do you think? What happens if this calculation method is applied to Sri Lankan kolam mask? Yes, in my research, I tried to explore how Liu, Chan, and Chan morphometric model originally designed to style 2-dimensional characters can be adapted and applied to the study of Sri Lankan kolam mask as a consistent and repeatable digital method for examining their facial structure and stylistic variation. First of all, I selected sample kolam mask from the main 4 traditions. For this, I selected Andabera kolama, Mudali kolama, and Polis kolama. There are 4 characters in Andabera Kolama. They are drummer, his wife, and the 2 sons. But in here, I only selected the drummer character. And also, Mudali Kolama has 2 characters. They are Mudali and his writer. But in here, I only selected the Mudali character. And in the police column, there are 5 police characters. Among them, I only selected the main police officer's character. Here are selected characters and the traditions that they belong. As an example, let's take Mudali column. Before the analyzing, I wanted to include all these marks in a single frame because all mask sizes are different from one another. For that, a single frame was created by taking several Sri Lankan human faces and apply them to all. Accordingly, the range of the face from hairline to the chin was included as the boundary of that frame. Then all the selected 3D column masks were taken as a 2D flat surface. The frame used above was applied to the illustrated 2D column mask. And the 19 points identified accordingly to the analysis were applied to these faces. After that, the vertical and horizontal angle and area measurements were obtained for those 12 column masks. This shown how the measurements of the Mudali column were taken. And this is the analysis I have done. These are the results I obtained for each face after calculating. After that, I calculate a range of exaggerated facial features according to the same characters in each tradition. Then I calculate a range of exaggerated facial features for the overall column mask. In here, I can't find that exact minimum or maximum value. Therefore, I found a range of numerical facts which can convert any face into a column mask. Then I prepare the framework by making the range. These are few of experiments that I have done by using the framework. This is how a human face become a column style through my framework. And these are few experiments. And this application is adaptable for character design, animation and game design, comic and digital art, entertainment field. In short, this framework can be used to develop a unique style for Sri Lanka. This project provides to mathematically define and digitalize the visual identity of Sri Lankan mask tradition. It serves both as a cultural preservation tool and a creative framework for emerging designers. Most importantly, it promotes a locally inspired design language that can stand confidently is globally digital platform. And expand my framework to compare other mask traditions, convert the column facial features framework into the design tool or plugin for software like Photoshop, Illustrator or Blender, develop AR face filters based on my column framework for Instagram, Snapchat or TikTok. Integration into animation and game is my future development. And finally, I want to thank Dr. Sumantri Samarawickrama for giving me through this study. And thank you everyone to listening.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Now we would like to start the Q&A session. Please arrange some chairs here. Meantime, I would like to recall what we have experienced so far. We started with non-humanoid robotics communication, a cube's expressive movement, and then we moved into scientific traces of a hobby, co-designing a platform to repurpose wildlife photography into conservation, and then we reconceptualizing fonts as digital infrastructure in Sri Lanka, and then perception versus practice, a gap analysis of sleep hygiene knowledge and behavior in young adults, and finally, design-based adaptation of a facial analysis model for Sri Lankan column mask. So hope you have questions to ask and discuss based on these research. I would like to invite all the authors to take a seat here and open the floor for discussion. And who's want to go first? Are there any questions?
My question is for the fourth presenter. You were telling that sleep diaries, reflective diary improves short-term sleep. Is that effective for long-term as well?
So thank you for raising the question. So actually what according to my participatory pilot invention, I actually did it as a strong initial phase. So it in a way it acts as a low fidelity prototype for this study, but as you asked, yes, we do need to improve it into a more digital or a product design related tool in the future, because otherwise it won't engage in a continuous engagement for more than 2 weeks of sleep intervention. So yes, we need to build a more digitalized tool in the future for more engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then are there, yes, we see one.
This question is regarding robotic communication. First of all, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. My question is, during the observational process, did any observer interpret a specific moment in a way totally did not expect, and what did that teach you?
Can you clarify it further, please?
During the observational process, did any observer interpret a specific movement in a way you totally did not expect, and what did that teach you?
Yeah, so there were times that both presenters and observers did not agree with the intended emotion. So I would like to say, like in the beginning, they were give 6 basic emotions based on the Ekman's model. So both presenters have to present that emotion, and observers were given only those 6 emotions. Like there were times that they did not agree with each other, like presenters and observers say totally different things. But at the end of the presentation, in the discussion phase, we discussed why this happened, like what are the characteristics and what are the reasoning behind all those things. So that's it, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
My question is to the last speaker. So what do you think about the future possibilities and the abilities in your research, and with the present context growth in the AI usage, do you think that this can be adapted to AI?
My framework is can be used for character design and animations and game designs like that. And not only that, it can be used for like a design tool, like plugin for softwares like Photoshop, Illustrator, Blender. And my framework can be used in AI also. It's like to develop AR face filters like Instagram, TikTok, or Snapchat, or like something.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay. I have one for you, Atumegadawata. So we know that font infrastructures, they are not neutral, they are political. If I take very extreme examples like in Nazi time, Frank Tour, or Turkish font. all they carries a political ideology there, and they are not neutral. So in your case, the system you are developing, or you are envisioning where you are politically standing and what you see the identity of the nation, where it goes, and you consider it as neutral, what you are doing.
No, I think, you know, even if there's a such thing called platform bias as well, right? Like whatever the platform that you build, there is always a bias built into that. But I think, you know, this comes from like infrastructure theory as well. Who controls infrastructure controls power. So that's why I think when we are building systems, that we have to think about where does actually the power lies. So that goes into kind of systems thinking level of understanding. You know, I spoke about a voting system. So how are we going to vote? Who are going to be allowed to vote? So that's why I spoke about quadratic funding. So quadratic funding is a very innovative method where you could have big institutions sort of putting money into this box, and they have voting power, but at the same time small people, or like there are small contributions also coming from individual funders, and the mathematical relationship between the number of people who are backing a specific project is going to decide which projects are going to be sort of funded at the end of the funding cycle. So one big funder cannot just come in and say, okay, we put this much amount of money, therefore you have to do this. So another thing that we are trying to do is, you know, work with diaspora communities, also in you know, Tamil speaking communities, to help us support the development of Tamil typefaces, building bridges with our South Indian friends to get more support, so we can, because in Sri Lanka, in India, the multilingual landscape is really messy, because there's no real regulation regarding what multilingualism is. Like, you know, South India, North India, you know, they have to sometimes cover all the 22 languages, but in Sri Lanka it's a very contained system, just 3 languages, you have to support everything. So yeah, it's inherently political. So if you think about, if you go and look at now our current presidents, all the communications communicated through a custom typeface that they developed early on in their campaign, but it's just the Sinhala typeface. They don't have a supporting Tamil and Latin typeface. So that kind of also speaks to where the notions are. They recently introduced, announced typeface for signage in railway stations, and that also they only introduced a Sinhala typeface. Some of these are not like inherently like political, like, you know, they are conspiring. No, it's just like, you know, there is someone who is very aligned, like one designer who is very aligned with the current government, who is a type designer, but who is only versed in Sinhala typeface design. So that is the reason. But I think I vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
So my question is regarding the research on behavioral sleep and reflective habits. So my question is, during that 2-week reflecting daily prayers, what was the most surprising or unexpected personal realization you had about your own sleep and behavioral habits that you talk about?
So I would say mostly the fact that awareness was built among the participants while the participatory test was conducted. So it was then they understood, or they realized the importance of reducing the amount of screen usage, and not to get caffeine related beverages after evening or such things, and even the misconception about sleep catch up on weekends. So mainly the fact that awareness was built while the participatory test was being conducted, and also most importantly, the fact of they understanding the importance of reduction of screen usage before bedtime. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have another question here. Can you please?
Hi, my question was for you. Need to find out your name. Tatum, that's your name. Very nice presentation. I was particularly interested in this idea of the online crowdfunding as a system. I don't know if this is going to lead to a question or if I'm just going to ramble. But I was wondering if you have looked into like other creative industries that have struggled with the same thing. Like, I was kind of worried when you start saying that crowds, or like this kind of online network that is going to turn into like how Spotify, for example, like musicians don't make any money out of Spotify anymore, right? It's completely gone. And they need to look for other resources to get money, like performing, or similar thing happening with movies or like any kind of creative. And I guess the problem with type design is also because it's such a small thing and people own language already, and therefore like kind of like who are you coming in asking me for money of these alphabets, right? So I was wondering if you have looked more into like other kind of funding or sources that kind of goes beyond this doom scenario of like how musicians are being treated at the moment.
I think great question. And actually, if you look at the music industry itself, there's sort of solutions coming up for this. And this is one of the biggest problems with all these, like the buzzwords like social enterprises, right? Or benefit corporations. They're just like owned by just few people, funded by just few people, and they're just extracting value. And I'm not being, I love free markets. I'm not being anti-capitalist here, but the markets should be to a certain way regulated, but this is about like creative assets as well. So who owns these platforms? Who owns these protocols? That is the main thing. That sort of relates to the politics of voting as well, because you can manipulate the platform later on. So how do we build platforms that are owned by the designers? For example, like simply put, you know, the minimum basic income is a concept that is like really picking up, and there are like a lot of other places that which have implemented this. My simple idea is, okay, there are, let's say 10 companies who really benefit from communicating in Sinhala, Latin, whatever. They all put $1,000 USD per month, and so we have 10,000 USD, and we divide it amongst 10 typeface designers for a specific period, which they will deliver those fonts. Or like there are multiple models that this could go in, and so that's one answer to what you raised. And at the other end of it is who owns these motifs, culture, symbols, things like things that make our identities. Like for example, what the project that the Column project is super interesting. So how could this be monetized in a way that that money kind of comes back to our economy, our culture? Because it doesn't matter that our GDP is small, we pay the same software licensing fees. We have to pay the same amount for our softwares, our tools we use for storage. For all these things, we have to pay the same amount. And for the longest time, I've been like a really hard advocate of open source culture, open source software. Of course, I still am, but open source kind of misses the point of marginalized, economically marginalized communities and people like us. For example, how is our efforts are going to be sort of come back to, you know, in an economic way to our economy.
So there are some answers to it's well in terms of if I have to implement something today, there is a skeleton and things sort of based on whatever is already established out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, cool. I think we can conclude the session with that one, with that interesting thought on like economy and creative economy and everything. So thank you very much for everyone who's participated, and especially the authors. And I would like to invite Dr. Sumantri to hand over their certificates. I would like to invite architect Prasanna Liyanage to hand over the certificates. We will start with non-humanoid robotic communications, a cube's expression movements, presented by Pereira BKP and Vasala K. And then we have scientific traces of a hobby, co-designing a platform to repurpose wildlife photography into conservation, presented by Vikramasuriya S and Navaratna D. And we have reconceptualizing fonts as digital infrastructure in Sri Lanka, presented by Egodavatta P. And then we have perception versus practice, a gap analysis of sleep, hygiene knowledge and behavior in young adults, presented by Veeraman P and Vasala K. And finally, design-based adaptation of a facial analysis model for a Sri Lankan kolam mask, presented by Vijayaratna J, Samaravikrama S. Thank you very much. And thank you very much all the presenters and all of you. And okay, so we will have our lunch break now. We will start our evening session, afternoon session by 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
For us to start by 3, I would really like if we can sit here by 2:45. Thank you.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI packaging solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear.
Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can. Spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
true colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey. driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. true colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aiken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aiken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonlight.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. I spread the magic where I can. I spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hetic Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
true colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue-chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aitken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan. The awards received for exceptional achievements are not only for printing and packaging, but also for green-friendly practices. We are a force known for dependability, quality, and timely execution of deadlines. That's why our customers keep coming back year after year. Aitken Spence Printing.
Alakazam fish disappear. Moonman.
Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Abracadabra, Alakazam. Welcome to my magic land. Spread the magic where I can. Spread the magic. Welcome to my magic land.
Smooth, silent, seamless. Slide into a world of magic.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Hettich Sliding Systems, crafted with the finest German engineering.
JFNI Packaging Solutions for a diverse range of industries, earning the well-deserved title of the most diversified printing and packaging company in South Asia. JFNI operates from 4 locations globally, namely Sri Lanka, the UAE, Kenya, and Bangladesh, in keeping with our vision and mission to be a global leader in providing innovative, efficient, and sustainable packaging solutions. We continue to innovate both at scale and quality to deliver exceptional value to our customers, while proactively partnering with brands to achieve synergy in meeting their business requirements through a one-stop shop approach. Our in-house design hub is a pivotal element in this journey, driving this company's operations with rapid prototyping and in-house testing at our state-of-the-art on-site facility. Our diverse customer base includes leading global and local brands from the apparel industry to tea, food and beverage, FMCG and fragrances, healthcare, tobacco, ceramics, and protective equipment.
As a global leader in the industry, the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle underscores our commitment to ensure delivering on a circular economy.
Taking efficient waste management to the next level, we are a zero landfill company. While our active use of non-harmful, low-volatile adhesives and inks in our manufacturing process ensure minimal impact on the environment. This has earned us an FSC certification, among other global certifications. Our latest achievement is being recognized as the Exporter of the Year for 4 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2023.
True colors of a tropical paradise. Aitken Spence Printing has been at the forefront of the industry since 1955. Aitken Spence Printing is a fully owned subsidiary of Aitken Spence PLC, a diversified business conglomerate and one of the few blue chip companies in Sri Lanka. Our pre-press is equipped with an in-house facility that can handle all types of artwork file formats and converting them into error-free printable formats. Aitken Spence Printing has a dedicated center called the Art Cafe, which helps customers to develop new packaging from raw idea to a final product. Our state-of-the-art print production is supported by a number of large and medium format offset printing presses and full-color digital printing presses. Advanced 6-color large and medium format Heidelberg and Komori presses are equipped with inline coating facility and color management features. The recognition and accolades we have received over the years from the printing and packaging industry stands as a testimony of our product quality. Postpress is equipped with a fleet of finishing machines and a range of machines which can add value to printed products that offer a wider choice in customer preferences. At Aitken Spence Printing, we specialize in gift and presentation box manufacturing. We provide the highest quality bindery and finishing services on time and on budget. Our attention to detail and dedicated staff assures each job is completed with precision and care. Aiken Spence Printing is the first LEED Gold certified and carbon neutral printing facility in South Asia. Our brand strength and reputation are built on as a supplier for high quality printed packaging materials for the local tea exporters for markets in Europe, USA, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Japan.
Design is not just the act of creating, it is the act of seeing the invisible.
Good afternoon, all of you, and welcome all of you to the sixth session of this conference today. I am Chaturika Anugavela, the chair for this session, and the session co-chair will be Mr. Praneeth Pereira today. The title for this segment is Economy and Industries. So, and we have 5 presenters today presenting their research work with us. Industries and business world sometimes express concerns that academic work is disconnected from the practical challenges they face, and also with the rapid technological advances sometimes. So I believe this session today will offer an excellent opportunity to reflect on that relationship, how the academic work can become more responsive as well as applied and impactful in shaping economy and industry landscapes. So with that note, I would like to invite the first presenter today, Lanarol AK and Silva UIK and Gopura S, to present their research work on hyper-personalization in fashion, readiness of Sri Lankan fashion brands on AI-based product recommendations.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. So, I'm Utpala Kannavadana Silva, and my partner here is Aloka Lanarel. We are here to present our findings on the research project that we did, titled Hyper-Personalization in Fashion, discussing the readiness of Sri Lankan fashion brands on AI-based product recommendation systems. Our project was supervised by Dr. Sumit Gopura. So, let's first move on to the background of the study. Yes, so the background for the study, it stems from the shift that happened, that was massively influenced during the COVID-19 pandemic era, where businesses, especially fashion businesses, they shifted from offline physical stores into more online or hybrid platforms. And ever since then, online businesses and e-commerce has been thriving. And by now, e-commerce accounts up to a quarter of global fashion sales. And as you all know, the value of a product or a service, it only enhances with how customized it is, how personalized it is to the consumer. And back then, it was quite somewhat easy for businesses to tackle this personalization element, because they only needed to send a personalized email with the consumer's name at the front, and customers will be satisfied. However, by now, consumers' mindsets have changed, and they value their efforts, their time more, and they expect one-on-one personalized product recommendation systems from their brands. So this is where the concept of hyper-personalization comes in. Hyper-personalization is one-on-one personalization that is improved by AI. It will predict your preferences by utilizing your browsing history, your add to cart history, your purchasing data, and other contextual factors such as location and time. And it will deliver content, offers, products, and services that will be specifically designed for each and every one of you. Yes, so, yeah. Why is hyper-personalization this much of an important concept for businesses nowadays, you might wonder? First of all, there's an apparent need in the market. As I mentioned before, consumers are prioritizing brands that are able to cater to their need of needing a more personalized products or experience. And they also get many benefits from a hyper-personalized recommendation system. Namely, they can achieve higher customer engagement levels, they can chart higher conversion rates, they'll be able to improve the customer loyalty, and they'll be able to provide a better customer service. and all the time, the effort and the funds that will go into implementing this kind of a technology into their companies or into their businesses will be justified by all the benefits that they get. Yes, so you might be wondering, what is a hyper-personalized product recommendation system? Maybe you guys haven't really much experience with it. So I'll give you some examples. One of the more familiar examples that comes to my mind are shopping apps. For example, Temu or Amazon. Have you noticed that after you get the app and then you utilize it for like a month or maybe some weeks, and then the home page or the user interface, it will have products recommended to you that are very similar to your preferences. Maybe they were products that you have liked before, or maybe you have bought them before, or maybe they are similar products to what you have bought or liked before. And maybe they are under the specifications of like your favorite color or your favorite length, maybe your favorite material or your size even. So that is what a hyper-personalized product recommendation system is. And in the context of Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan fashion businesses, they use social media marketing, they use digital marketing, they use email marketing. However, very few or none actually do use data-driven or AI-based personalization systems. And because of this non-existence of this concept in the local context, there is no documentation, valid scholarly journals that is based in Sri Lanka regarding this technology. So this is how our research problem was solved. There is minimal to no understanding or implementation of this technology in the Sri Lankan context, and there's no documentation either. So this study will aim to assess the readiness and to measure the awareness and evaluate existing tools and setup processes, and also identify main enablers or barriers a business might face if they were to implement this technology into their businesses. And our study will help ensure that future implementation or studies of hyper-personalization product recommendation systems are better directed, better guided, and could be effectively executed with our research as a guide. Let's move on to the methodology part. So we decided to use qualitative data because we wanted to have more perceptive and descriptive information rather than numerical data. And as for the primary data source, we used semi-structured interviews with local fashion brands and digital marketers. So for this one, how we chose our interviewees were, we used the SEO methods. If you know, SEO is search engine optimization. So while using key phrases such as online fashion businesses, Sri Lankan online fashion, key phrases like that we used, and then we identified 3 reoccurring brands that were occupying the top 3 spots of the search engine result page. And as for the secondary method of data collection, we reviewed scholarly articles and industry reports that were discussing global hyper-personalization practices, and then we also did some observational website visits where we took the brands that were identified in the literature review, the international fashion brands, and then we compared them with the local fashion brands that we identified for the semi-structured interview. We compared them on the basis of how much of a personalized experience their website offers for their customers. Yes, and the data that we collected, we processed them using an inductive thematic analysis by using the following 8 codes. And further on in the presentation, the findings that we have gathered, they'll also be presented under these codes as well. And yeah, we'll start discussing the findings. First of all, it's awareness. For the awareness, we have discovered that local fashion professionals and digital marketers, their awareness level on hyper-personalization was low to moderate. Why I say it's low to moderate is because they were aware of personalization as a concept, but they were not aware of the hyper-personalization concept, which is an extended version of it. And interestingly enough though, when given examples of hyper-personalized product recommendation systems, like I did for you guys before, they instantly recognize that they have in fact interacted with similar systems but as users and have not considered them in a business perspective. So here we discovered a conceptual gap as well, where the exposure to the concept, it exists at a user level, but the technical and the strategic skills needed for the implementation is missing in the industry. To discuss about the other slides, I will invite my partner Aloka. Over to you, Aloka.
So thank you, Utpala. Good afternoon. I hope you had a great lunch. I'm Aloka Lanarol, and I will be talking furthermore about the findings of our research. So starting with the current use, based on our data analysis, we found that the current use of hyper-personalized features on fashion e-commerce platforms in Sri Lanka has been limited to just email marketing and targeted ads. The use of personalized websites are minimum to none. In terms of readiness to adopt this technology in the Sri Lankan context, it is at a lower level. The industry lacks expertise, trained professionals, and has monetary constraints. Moving on to the currently used personalizing tools within local brands, they mostly use tools such as Google Analytics 4, Metapixel, and Shopify plugins. Even though these tools can support in creating personalized interfaces to a certain level, there are many better tools out there which can support in creating product recommendation systems which can be personalized in real time. The data collected by these brands falls into 3 categories. The first one is behavioral data, where they collect data such as clicks, add to cart behaviors, browsing history, and purchasing history. The second one is the demographic data, your age, gender, and location. And the last category is preference data, like your preferred styles and sizes. So as you can see, the data is there to create hyper-personalized websites, but it is scattered across multiple platforms with no proper centralized system. Furthermore, in our research, we looked into what tools are missing for setting up better hyper-personalized systems in Sri Lanka. None of the brands are using CRMs, or as we call it, customer relationship management systems, and CDPs, customer data platforms, to streamline the collected data. Because of this, the segmentation and targeting is done manually via social media ad campaigns and basic email lists. So instead of using AI-based profiling systems or personalized engines. So in summary, the local brands do have the data, but they stop personalizing halfway through the process. They collect and observe consumer activity, but they don't transform that data into actionable insights. That's where the real gap lies. When we ask about the challenges, the first and biggest issue was the knowledge. Most marketing teams haven't been trained in data analytics or AI-driven tools, so even if the concept is understood, it has not been adopted. The second major barrier is cost. Many brands said that they simply don't have the budget to invest in such advanced systems, and there's also a lack of infrastructure. Finally, brands are cautious about data privacy and find it difficult to manage large databases efficiently. So overall, the interest is there, but the capability and the resources are lacking. So the impacts on the future identified in our research are both immediate and long-term. Hyper-personalized systems can help brands to gain higher sales by showing the customers exactly what they are looking for, right down to their size and style choices. This can also reduce the customers' time spent browsing, and improve customer satisfaction. The brand image will strengthen as customers start to associate the brand to be relevant and time-saving. The personalized elements can also help customers to build up an emotional connection with the brand. Also, these interfaces can help the customers to fast-track their purchase decisions, ultimately gaining brands a competitive edge. In conclusion, the Sri Lankan fashion industry is still in early stages of adopting this technology. So most brands are opting for basic levels of hyper-personalization features such as emails, mainly due to lack of trained professionals, tools, and budget constraints. The concept is still new here, but the awareness is growing. The research done in this area is very limited, meaning that there is so much knowledge still left to be explored. So for further advancements in this area, our research recommends a collaborative effort between the fashion industry, academia, tech firms, and government incentives. With technological advancement like this, Sri Lanka will be able to position itself as a hub for AI-driven fashion innovation on the global center stage. So thank you so much for listening to our ideas. I hope you guys gain some insight, and we look forward to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. So next, I invite Chatumali S. and Samaravikrama S. to present their research work on ancient fertility ritual artifacts as culture-oriented product designs in global digital business. The Venus of Willendorf, an eBay case study.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm UPS Chatumali. My supervisor is Dr. Sumantri Samara Vikrama. My research topic is ancient fertility ritual artifacts as culture-oriented product designs in global digital business. The Venus of Willendorf in an eBay case study. My presentation is consisted with 6 sections. First one is the introduction, and actually as an introduction, fertility beliefs embedded in ritual practices, and it has played a significant role throughout human history since the early Stone Age. So it is almost associated with the wishes for human, animal, and agricultural fertility, and these beliefs are often represented through the symbolic figurative artifacts. In current situation, those artifacts are studied through the subject of archaeological anthropology, and today these artifacts are preserved in archaeological museums, storage facilities, and laboratories. In the modern context, the artifacts extend beyond their limits and historical and academic value, and those are transformed into culture-oriented product designs disseminated through the today's global digital e-commerce platforms. Those are consisted with the actions, human actions and the cultural meanings, and it is consisted with main 2 components. Those are intangible thought process and the tangible human action process. You can see within the below diagram. And the transformation of ancient artifacts into culture-oriented product designs contribute multiple disciplines such as anthropology, design, technology, and all. So within this context, anthropology plays a significant role in transforming artifacts into culture-oriented product designs with its sub-branches. You can see those sub-branches I have created through the literature, and according to the literature, there was over 1 million of websites and e-commerce platforms, and according to the visual findings, I have found that Amazon, eBay, Etsy, and AliExpress have become significant arena for the digital reinterpretation of ancient artifacts and selling diverse range of product designs inspired by ancient fertility ritual artifacts through converting into a product designs. And despite the proliferation of such culture-oriented product designs has been explored in various industries, according to academic attention to the interdisciplinary process that support creation remains limited, and little research examine how these prehistoric ritual artifacts are commercialized through digital platforms. Therefore, as an attempt to fulfill that research gap, my aim is of this study is to investigate how ancient archaeological artifacts are transformed into culture-oriented product designs inspired by fertility ritual artifacts within the global digital business landscape. To achieve this aim, the study has two main objectives. One is to identify the tangible and intangible aspects of ancient fertility ritual artifacts, and second is to examine how these aspects are integrated to create culture-oriented product designs through a multidisciplinary approach in contemporary business. According to the literature review, according to the time limit, I am not going to explain all the things. Actually, my literature review is consisted with three steps, and first one is the tangible and intangible aspects of fertility ritual artifacts. Within that, we have identified the tangible characteristics of these figurines, typically included as Tetopigia, that is mainly, those are very fat figures, most probably. The sexual features are there. The breast, buttocks are there, prominently emphasized, and nudity was there. They are generally small in size, most probably those are in 10 to 20 centimeters, and emphasize reproductive features while de-emphasizing the heads and all, heads, limbs and all. According to the literature review, I had identified within the Stone Age, different culture shows different outer appearances of Venus figurines. You can see all the differences, varying differences within these pictures also. And furthermore, literal summary, world ancient fertility ritual figurines, tangible aspects can be identified at different formats. According to that findings, I have categorized those into 7 categories, like there are female figures, male figures, feminiphalic figures, and so on. And then when come to the intangible aspects, the artifacts include beliefs related to human-animal agriculture, enhanced femininity, sexuality, motherhood, safety delivery, goddess worship, spiritual protection, and so on. And most probably those are, according to the literature, those are used as pendants, amulets, and all. And when the second section is talks about the multidisciplinary approach, actually we have identified several multidisciplinary approach like applied anthropology, business anthropology, design anthropology. Business anthropology all the time try to link with the culture and commerce, and subfield of business anthropology comes as a design anthropology, and design anthropology also having several types of frameworks and models and frame models which are helped to create, transform artifacts into culture-oriented product designs. There are several types of facts we have identified through the literature review, and according to the rapid digitalization of global business has shifted cultural products into online spaces. Through these atmosphere, new subjects also like digital anthropology also emerge, and in the digital era, business practices increasingly drawn on multidisciplinary frameworks and models to revitalize and transform ancient museum-preserved artifacts into culture-oriented consumer products. When it comes to the methodology section, it's a qualitative research take a qualitative research approach and use digital visual ethnographic method to collect data from digital environment. Case study strategy was used, and sample artifact-inspired product listing was collected between July 25 to 29, 2025. Additionally, product descriptions were analyzed to extract relevant information. Primary data is supported by a further literature review. Actually, it also consisted with 3 steps. My first step of my research methodology is the selection of case study and sample artifact for visual data collection. To determine the most appropriate platform for the study, a literature-based review was conducted, and the Statista 2025 was reported the top 9 platform most visited globally retailer websites. Then again, thereafter, the keyword search was applied, and irrelevant out of 9, 7 websites were replied, and then keyword search was applied as ancient fertility, and other irrelevant artifacts were excluded, and finally after the filtering process revealed the highest number of relevant listing on eBay, Etsy and Amazon. After that selection of three platforms, then again I wanted to identify what are the artifacts which are selling on that websites. So the artifacts are chronologically ordered, and we have identified the prehistoric fertility artifacts are selling on those websites, e-commerce platforms. Then we wanted to understand what are those prehistoric artifacts common for three platforms. Then we identified Willendorf, Venus of Willendorf, and the Venus of Darnley is commonly selling within these three platforms. And lastly, Venus of Willendorf was selected because it's the oldest artifact which are selling within these three platforms. Lastly, selected eBay as a case study, and the selected sample artifact was the Venus of Willendorf. And then literature review was conducted for the selected sample artifacts, that is cater for the objective 1, because this stage involved in in-depth literature review by applying the archaeological artifact analysis system and identify tangible and intangible aspects. Why I am doing this thing is this established foundational understanding of its physical characteristics and the symbolic value when those are provided the conceptual and practical basis for analyzing its reinterpretations in contemporary product design. And section 3 of methodology is visual data analysis, and within the case study, this cater for the objective 2, and all data was limited into Venus figurines inspired products, excluding all unrelated fertility icons or erotic figures or all. And then first, all relevant product visuals inspired by ancient fertility artifacts were collected. And secondly, the collected all artifacts were reorganized into two main groups, two main categories. First category, you can see the pictures. First category consisting of products directly modeled on the Venus of Willendorf. And the category 2 is comprising the products inspired by the basic form structure of prehistoric Venus figurines. You have seen before the fat figures, thin figures were there. In the literature introduction, I was telling that we can see those variation in these figures also. Then each category was subcategorized based on their functional usage. Finally, a visual mapping process was undertaken by developing an image board to systematically organize the collected visuals and support thematic analysis of design transformation and cultural representation. And the discussion, actually it's a cross-disciplinary model for integrating anthropological heritage into global product design through digital platform. It's a comparative analysis. We have identified tangible and intangible aspects. The aim is to understand how the concept of ancient fertility ritual figurines has persisted and evolved through the past to present within global digital consumer needs. And tangible dimensions, I have identified 6 categories according to the chronological aspects. Actually, this Willendorf is a 30,000 years old, excavated from artifact, and it was excavated from Austria. It is included to the Upper Paleolithic Aurignacian period, and it is literary. It is identified as the earliest example, one of examples of material culture linked to fertility beliefs. And when talk about the materials, the original artifact is the oolite limestone, but when it comes to the culture-oriented product designs, which are collected from the eBay, there was a wide array of materials, including ceramic, resin, plastic, and all, and those are combined textures and colors to enhance aesthetic and functional appeal. And then function and usage, historically it's a portable miniature thing, and I told you that the size is very small, And the modern reinterpretation, actually through the analysis process, I have identified more than 40 categorizations, such as replicas, statues, jewelries, candles, and all. You can see the pictures here. And not only the three-dimensional products the eBay is selling. Brand identities have developed through these fertility figurines to two-dimensional fertility symbolic icons. And it's most probably those are printed products. Those also you can see here. And sizes, it's a very prominent thing. Actually, the main original artifacts is 11 centimeter, that means 4.33 inches. When, according to the categorizations, replicas most probably try to maintain the same size, but typically it is ranging from 4 to 5 inches. And statues, replicas goes to 1.5 to 8.5, and jewelry kind of things remain 1 to 3 centimeters. And most probably three-dimensional products are included into 1 inch to 8.5 inches. So the distinct pattern in the scaling is most of the uniqueness within these fertility artifacts. And scaling flexibility shows how designers negotiate between historical authenticity and the modern utility. And the production methods also, it's a hand-carved, painted, red ochre painted product. And when it comes to the culture-oriented product design, diverse production methods were used: 3D printing, digital modeling, and all, and it is interrelated with the integrated craft and mass production technologies and all. And the sixth point is the external form. The contemporary designs vary from faithful replicas to highly stylized abstraction, but most culture-oriented products are maintained the original exaggerated female features like large belly, prominent thighs, buttocks, and breast, and all. And other reinterpretations form with minimalism, with floral embellishments, spiral motifs, and some actually, I want to say this picture, I saw only this picture because it is adding some baby to this Willendorf figure. That kind of things we have analyzed through the tangible aspects, and when coming into the intangible dimensions, the Venus of Willendorf, as we discussed, the fertility, femininity, motherhood, and all are the basic theme of Willendorf. But when it comes to the cultural product design, modern product description, we have collected all description given by the platform, and those all items are marketed as the fertility icons or goddess figures, emphasizing they are linked to the divine femininity, motherhood, prosperity, protection, healing, or abundance. Such representation demonstrate the continuity of symbolic meaning, while also adapting to contemporary values and spiritual practice. And when it comes to the conclusion, these reinterpretations of culture-oriented product designs inspired by the outer form of ancient fertility figurines and the Venus of Willendorf demonstrate how ancient belief systems are recontextualized within digital consumer aesthetics. Furthermore, these modern adaptations span diverse range of categories, including home decors, jewelries and accessories, fashion and apparel, spiritual and religious objects, educational and collectible items, novelty gifts, and even pet-related products that may be. The wishes is for not only the human, it also for the animals also. In collectively, the finding illustrate how ancient ritual artifacts are not only preserved in the museums, but actively demonstrated within contemporary consumer culture, bridging prehistoric symbolism with modern lifestyle. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. Next, we have Madal Gama, M-A-S-N, and De Silva, S. I would like to call them on stage to present their work on exploring how Sri Lankan handloom craftsmanship can be integrated into local premium fashion as a unique selling proposition.
So, Aibowan, Vanakkam, Salam Alaikum. Very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm Sandhuni Madalagama, a final year undergraduate from University of Moratuwa, Faculty of Engineering, Fashion Design and Product Development degree program. So, before I get into my topic, let's pause for a moment for a visual journey. So, I'm sure many of you have come across Dumbara Kala Rata at a moment, maybe at a local craft store, design exhibition, or even at a in a fashion collection. So, have you ever wondered what is the story behind this craft? What is the inspiration behind these geometric patterns and these mud earthy tones? There is a story. So, because according to the folklore, according to the legend, there's a story woven into every Dumbara thread. So once ago, Queen Kueni, a warrior queen from Sri Lankan folklore, has owned vast cotton fields in Dumbara Valley, so central highlands of Sri Lanka. So when she was banished and betrayed by her spouse, King Vijaya, she has set fire on all her cotton fields, and then when the rices rose and then eventually settled back on the earth, on the Dumbara Valley, they have created mysterious patterns, and those patterns, then the weavers of Dumbara Valley then translated into woven motifs. So this is the story behind, according to the folklore, this is the story behind the Dumbara Rata Kala. So Dumbara Rata Kala was not just fabric, it was storytelling, history, emotion, identity, all interlaced into thread. And that's exactly where my research began, with the question, if our ancestors could use fabric to tell their story, how can we as designers use that same storytelling power of handloom in today's modern market dynamics? So, moving to the background, the Sri Lankan handloom heritage reflects centuries of craftsmanship and cultural identity. Yet, in the modern premium fashion brands, I'll be specific with the names of the brands like Kelly Felder, G-Flock, that kind of not the very couture brands, but not the mainstreams, but still the mid-market, which I believe has the potential to represent the country in the international market as well. So there we see very little of that heritage represented, and at the same time, global fashion is shifting. Global consumer is inclining more towards authenticity, sustainability, cultural storytelling, and exactly what handloom already represents. So I wanted to explore why is our handloom craft underutilized in premium fashion, and more importantly, how can we bring it back, not just the nostalgia, but also the not just as a nostalgia, but also as a unique selling point, a USP, how to bring it as a USP to connect the heritage with the modern brand identity. So the research problem is very simple. We have a rich handloom heritage, but it's not integrated into our local premium fashion sense. The designs remain outdated. Designs remain outdated, and the branding is weak, and innovation related to the handloom is limited. So to bridge this gap, my study focused on three main objectives: to examine how handloom can enhance brand identity in premium fashion, and the second is to identify barriers and opportunities in integrating it into modern design, and the third is to explore strategies to using cultural authenticity as a brand differentiation. In other words, simply how do we make handloom relevant desirable, and commercially viable again. So, from the literature, a few strong themes stood out. Scholars like Gamathige 2024 emphasize that handloom promotes sustainability and cultural preservation, which makes it perfectly aligned with ethical fashion. And Bukhari 2016 explained that authenticity and emotional storytelling build long-term brand value, and that's where handloom exactly stands, which has a huge potential. But studies like Banu 2022 also show that the sector faces serious challenges, outdated designs, weak marketing, and lack of innovation. However, researchers like Vanyarachi 2020 argue that with modernization, co-creation, and design collaboration, handloom can be repositioned as a material that connects culture with contemporary aesthetics. So literature told me two things, that there is potential and there are barriers. So that's exactly where my field research focused on. I use a qualitative research approach based on semi-structured interviews with 10 designers from over 5 different Sri Lankan premium fashion brands. Each interview lasted around 30 to 45 minutes, and I asked about their perception of handloom, its design potential, challenges, and the branding values. The data was then analyzed thematically to identify key patterns, insights, and recurring ideas. And that's where the real story emerged. So let's start with the first theme, limited adoption. Almost every single designer I spoke to said that they appreciate the beauty and the culture value of handloom, but they rarely use it. Why? Because they see it as a symbolic element, not a practical material. Many said it's beautiful, but it doesn't align with the global aesthetic our brands aim for. And others added, most importantly, that while handloom offers comfort and breathability, it's more expensive than regular cotton for the same functionality. So while there's appreciation, there's no application. And the theme two, the barriers. The biggest two are high production costs and long lead times. Since everything is done manually, this makes it difficult to meet fast production cycles and consistent supply, which premium brands rely on. So cost and scalability are the biggest walls standing between handloom and modern fashion. But there's a hope, and that's where the next two themes come in. So the theme 3 is opportunities through modernization and storytelling. Designers believe that if handloom is modernized, it can become a powerful storytelling tool. One designer said, it carries a sense of Sri Lankanness and authenticity that global fashion simply cannot replicate. They suggested capsule collections, for example, limited editions like Avrudu collections or Independence Day lines using handloom on modern silhouettes, especially like why it's always a handloom sari, why it cannot be a handloom blazer, why it cannot be a handloom cord set, why it cannot be a handloom dress. So they also mentioned the potential among tourists and the Sri Lankan diaspora who seek something emotionally connected to home, so which leads us to theme 4, cultural value and global appeal. Designers saw strong potential for handloom in international niche markets, especially among Sri Lankans abroad. If presented with authentic storytelling and modern design, it could stand out globally, not as just as a craft, but as cultural luxury. So, as a summary of insights, as a table we can tell that limited adoption means we need cultural repositioning, and the barriers require that it requires modernization and flexibility, and the opportunities depend on storytelling and collaboration, and the global appeal lies in targeting diaspora and ethical markets. In other words, to make handloom succeed, we need to treat it not just as fabric, but as a story-based brand asset. So as recommendations, developing capsule collections, especially around cultural events, as I mentioned, and also co-create with the artisans. Most importantly, bring weavers and designers together, not just to imitate, but to create. And strengthen branding and storytelling, show the faces and stories behind each fabric, and also use flexible production models like small batches or pre-orders, and also target diaspora and ethical consumers, people who value authenticity over speed. And finally, positioning handloom as a brand identity element, not just a material choice. So this way we can create value that's emotional, ethical, and enduring. So as a conclusion, I think as long as we see handloom just as another fabric option, we cannot win. So as designers, as emerging designers, I think as a new generation of designers, we need to learn, we need to weave that narrative into our brands, where we won't be just making clothes, but also contributing to continue a legacy of a timeless craft redefined for the modern market. So thank you so much. Sorry.
I believe we have a lot of points to ponder from that presentation, and thank you. I would now like to invite the next presenter, Piris HTRT and Ratna Malala S, to present their research on enhancing Sri Lanka's tuna industry, strategies for sustainable and competitive growth.
Hi, good evening. I'm Ravindra Piris, product design student from Department of Integrated Design, University of Moratuwa, and I'm presenting on student project short paper category in economy and industries. My research topic is enhancing Sri Lanka's tuna industry, strategies for sustainable and competitive growth. This study done under supervision of architect Sithumini Ratnamalla. Research identification. The poor performance of Sri Lankan tuna industry shows the combination of internal and external challenges. Weak post-harvest techniques won't develop the industry because of the insufficient regulatory framework. With a good framework, system design and industrial design can develop the industry with the support of organizations and the countries that has a better practice. My research aims and objectives were identifying the systematic factors that are limiting the performance of the Sri Lankan tuna industry, analyze global practices from leading tuna exporting nations such as Indonesia, Japan, and Solomon Islands, finding actionable recommendations, insights to improve technological infrastructure, reduce post-harvest losses, and adopt sustainable fishing practices. When it comes to the Sri Lankan context, our multi-day fisheries sector has a nearly 42% of quality loss in whole industry. And mark this, long line fishing technique has the lowest quality loss rate in our current practice. And these are the main reasons why it's happening. Most critical reason is extended fishing trip duration. Globally, there is a high market growth in tuna. Currently, it's 45 billion USD and expected to grow over 55 billion USD in 2030. And Sri Lanka is producing a small amount of percentage comparing to the world market, but as an island near to the equator, we have a quality product and reserves. So we have the market demand and the resource. The problem is how we are going to capitalize this. We need to practice sustainable fishing to reach new markets to expand our industry. And these are the two main certifications we should get. There are three main facts we need to cover to get that certification: sustainable fish stocks, minimizing environmental impact, and effective management. To identify the industry more, I did a multiple case study research based on three main cases that took part in the tuna industry evolution. Indonesia, Japan, and Solomon Island are those cases. I did a thematic analysis because these countries has different variables on the industry. These are the replication logics and the information methods. So Indonesia as the leading producer of the global tuna industry, and Japan, on the other hand, holds the largest market share in the tuna consumption, driven by its large seafood culture and continuous efforts to advance industrial development. Solomon Island is supported by Japan, implemented a model project developed from the ground to strengthen the tuna industry as a practical model that aligns with Sri Lanka's industry potential and development capacity. And these are the information methods. Most of them are reports and research done by the main stakeholders of the industry. And according to those data, these are the main areas I mapped the data: government policies, technological advancement, sustainable initiatives, and market demand. Assessing the potential of Sri Lankan tuna industry, insights for developing a sustainable and competitive framework for Sri Lanka. These are the initial keyword mapping and connection maps that I did regarding these 4 segments, detailing each part with the stakeholders, policymakers, and many more. When it comes to the practical system, we can identify the areas that can produce the quality tuna in our exclusive economic zone by identifying the chlorophyll concentration and hot current movement, and placing fish aggregating devices known as FADs in those areas, specifically low-cost and most sustainable FAD named JellyFAD that is very suitable for tropical region countries like us. This is how our vessel system should update according to the new system. Current single-day vessels should be focused on the harvesting vessels, and current multi-day vessels should be collecting or harvesting vessels. This will be the timeline difference that we can achieve from the new system. As you can see, the fish finding is the reason to extend the trip, and using FADs is the best solution for that. These are the main segments that empowers the quality loss to quality harvest. As you can see, lack of skills and knowledge becoming a sustainable fishing. Extended fishing trips can be quality using FADs, and lack of technological advancement can be reduced from the infrastructure and the technological advancement by the support of the other countries, and poor post-harvest practice can be developed into proper harvest practice using new techniques. As a product and industrial designer, my approach was to design a developed version to requirements and continuing the current local practice. And this is the technique development map, and these are the main insights that I used as an industrial designer. I need to reduce the overfishing and bycatch and stick into proper practice. As you can see, they are expecting pole and line technique, but existing method is long line. This shows how the current practice and the expected practice will collapse in the Sri Lankan context. That focus to develop the current practice to next step in a creative way. Finally, this is the expected system design specifically for Sri Lankan context, managed by the introducing Sri Lankan Tuna Commission. As you can see, there is a technique update requires in the system, and I did an experimental design as well. It applied and yet in the patent process. And finally, these are my references. And I would like to acknowledge all the scientists and fishermen who worked with me throughout this project. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very informative presentation. Next, I would like to invite our last presenter, Samarakodi T and Lienage UPP, to present their research on designing the void, activating the garment body in between.
Hello, good evening everyone. My name is Tisuri Mindula from Department of Integrated Design at University of Moratuwa. So today I'll be presenting my research titled Designing the Void, Activating the Garment Body in Between. This study begins with a simple but often overlooked question: what if the space between garment and body isn't empty but active? To explain why this question matters, let me first frame the gap this research addresses. So, in fashion, most attention goes to surface, silhouette, and fit, where body operates as the form and the garment as its covering. The space between it, the air, distance, and movement is usually ignored, seen as technically necessary but conceptually empty. My research begins from the belief that this overlooked void holds the greatest potential for innovation. Fashion privileges surfaces, the void remains silent. This overlooked potential of lacking exploration invites potential to redefine design beyond aesthetics. How this in-between space can be reimagined for new innovation opportunities. I draw from Derrida's philosophy of deconstruction, which sees meaning as from to difference and differ, what he calls difference. Presence always carries the trace of what's absent, so absence isn't nothingness, it's active. I apply this idea to the garment-body relationship. What if the space we ignore actually constructs meaning? Architecture has long understood that voids aren't inert. They are active spatial agents that mediate experience. Courtyards, verandas, and apertures don't simply occupy absence, they mediate climate, visibility, and social interaction. Extending the logic behind Derrida's notion of difference, the spatial practice, the in-between, isn't a fixed absence, but an active site where presence is continually negotiated. The intentions of deconstructivist architecture have influenced deconstructivist fashion, as they follow similar forming principles. But deconstructing clothing and fashion has become a method that Derrida himself warned against. Within Sri Lankan context, for instance, Osaria similarly choreographed space in between through pleat, fall, and restraint in lieu of merely covering the body, transforming it into wearer's lived spatial experience. Reading these systems together positions the void as a dynamic relational field where absence itself becomes constructive and communicative. Although this in-between space has been recognized by fashion designers, the question relies on if they were designing on the principle of in-between space. My central question was, how can the in-between space between garment and body be activated as communicative, transformative, and mnemonic media within fashion design? The study followed a qualitative practice-led methodology. I connected theoretical readings, expert interviews, the thematic mappings, and iterative prototyping. The expert interviews were conducted across 8 thematic areas within and across 3 categorized areas: sensory experiences, conceptual and intangible spaces, and dynamic interaction, with each expert contributing distinct insights. Data from semi-structured interviews and discussions were recorded and coded and analyzed through literature synthesis. Secondary data was integrated, drawing links between conceptual and philosophical analysis and the data gathered to develop thematic maps. So I have developed 8 thematic maps. I'll just quickly go through them. This is for layered space, and memory space, emotive space, projector space, negative space, intangible space, dynamic space, and in-between space. And this is the overall thematic map connecting all 8 thematic maps. To organize the outcomes, I've developed a method strategy framework that connects conceptual reflection with material action. It led to 4 spatial design strategies that activate the in-between, interaction, boundaries, memory, and transformation. The framework also translates directly into design education. I proposed 3 studio formats: microlabs, live briefs, and research through design projects. Across these strategies, the research shifts from object to encounter, from spectacle to relation. It expands deconstruction beyond image to lived experience. In doing so, it positions the in-between space as a generative design material in its own right. In the right side, I've included some photographs of the research project workshops. So, designing the void is not about filling space, but about learning to listen to it. So, to conclude, I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Mr. Prasanna Liyanage, and the Department of Integrated Design, and all the practitioners who generously contributed to this study. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Now I would like to invite all the presenters on stage and the volunteers. Please, can you set up the stage with the chair? So until the stage is set, I will recall what is presented today. We started with the hyper-personalization in fashion, readiness of Sri Lankan fashion brands on AI-based product recommendations. Next, we had ancient fertility ritual artifacts as culture-oriented product designs in global digital business. The Venus of Willendorf, an eBay case study. Next, we had exploring how Sri Lankan handloom craftsmanship can be integrated into local premium fashion as a USP. Next, the enhancing Sri Lanka's tuna industry strategies for sustainable and competitive growth. And finally, we had the presentation on designing the void, activating the garment, body in between. So I would like to call up the audience. If you have any questions to ask from the presenters, you can raise the questions now. Do we have any questions?
Hi, my question is for the authors of the first presentation on hyper-personalization of fashion. So if you all like implementing this system in Sri Lanka, where do you all plan on starting, and is there going to be a plan, or like have you all thought how it's going to get started, and what will happen if we implement it here in Sri Lanka?
Thank you so much for your question. So this is a the very primary stage of this research, because one of the key things that we have identified during the interviews is that the professionals mentioned, even though the technology exists in the world, the knowledge that is needed, the skills that are needed for the implementation part in Sri Lanka, it's not really existing at all. Like, even if there's one person who is knowledgeable in this area, we need another set of team who can execute that. So the first step towards implementing this kind of a system would be to have government incentives and training programs where we could have the teams and the team leaders, let them play with the concept and let them be very knowledgeable in the concept. So that would be the first start. Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions from the audience?
This question is, actually I would like to have sort of an explanation from Ms. Madalagama. I have two questions. One is an explanation, the other one is a question. For example, first one you started with telling a folk law about Kueni. To my knowledge, it's an urban legend. If you have any thing to contradict my understanding, can you explain it?
Could you please repeat?
You told a folklore about Kueni and the Dumbara. To my understanding, it's an urban legend. It's not anchored into the cultural beliefs or cultural stories that we carry. To my knowledge, it's an urban legend. I may be wrong, so I just wanted to know whether it has any anchorings.
Actually, when I was doing my literature review, I found it in a research paper with related to, I think, someone from the University of Moratuwa from my department also. So.
Okay, so there is, to my knowledge, it's an urban legend. There's nothing I'm talking about from my experience, right? I may be wrong. So there's, to my knowledge, there's nothing, no connection between the Kueni and the Dumbara. Right. To my knowledge, that is why there's that question.
Thank you so much for the insight. I'll further research on it. Thank you so much for the Q&A.
I may be wrong, right? Yeah. So the second question is about storytelling, right? In this market-led economy, how are we going to ensure that this storytelling can lead to, once again, extraction from the craft person? For example, how can we ensure that they will not remain as the state that they are currently as? For example, we may tell stories telling that we are empowering them, we are making them rich and those things, but we are selling them like commodities, their stories. So how are we going to avoid that? Not to make their stories a commodity.
To make sure, like, how to actually connect craft people with the buyer, like, not just. Could you please repeat?
No, for example, we are selling a story.
Sorry?
In a way, we are selling a story, their story.
Yes.
Right? So then that story becomes a commodity.
Yes.
So then once again, to sell that story, they will have to remain in that position. For example, like Vedas. If Vedas become somebody like us, then we can't sell that story.
In my
Do you want to keep them as the way they are? For example, are you trying to make their crafts like a museum object?
No, I think, in my opinion, what I mean is by the sense of telling their story. It doesn't mean the story of I mean, as you mentioned, Vedas, like, it's not about them as differentiating the people as such, but still empowering the craft would be telling the story of the craft, not they are just separating as craft people, just making the world is moving towards
from craft to craft luxury. Like craft is the luxury right now. I think in trend, it is the it's a luxury trend, bringing back the craft into the modern fashion. So I think not storytelling the craft people's life, it's more about storytelling the craft, storytelling the identity behind it, storytelling the process, and that behind it would be the answer, I think, because I think if I mention that there are some case study example I would like to mention is that the Thalagune village and the Laksala, that kind of relationships, I think that's something we can get the inspiration from, even for the brands. The brands I mentioned, premium brands in Sri Lanka, so that kind of, it's not just letting them shadowing, not letting them being the just Muppets, just bringing them their story means not bringing the people's story, the craftsmen, but still the story of the craft as a luxury. So I think.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
I have a question from speaker number 2. So regarding the fertility artifacts. So when you were doing your research, since you have done like a long research on the evolution as well, did you notice any differences how the meaning of these artifacts have evolved from the previous eras to the modern era?
Can you please louder?
Oh, sorry. So since you were doing the research, have you noticed any evolution of the meaning of the artifacts since the previous eras to the modern era?
Actually, I don't identify any evolution, because when talking about the intangible aspects, that means themes, right? Not the tangible aspects. Most probably, those are marketed as the fertility figurines, or the mother goddess. All are connected to the prehistoric, or the historical evolution is continuing. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Do we have any more questions from the audience?
My question goes to Ravindu. So, as a designer, what inspired you to select this tuna industry? Because it is science-based and very challenging industry. So, what inspired you?
When it comes to the Sri Lankan context, I think most of the time those kind of industries not using a creative approach to the industry. I think as a person who lives in Negombo, I'm really close with that fishing communities as well. So I think we need to approach their system and everything with another creative way. So in my project, I was trying to identify the things that other countries did on their industry and try to find something that can inspire our community to develop something new to our community. So, yeah.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? Right. So with the interest of time, I will pose one last question to Samarakwadi. And with that, we will end the Q&A session. So my question is, actually due to curiosity, I'm asking this question. So what made you look at the space between garment and body as something meaningful in design?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. So when I come with the word meaning, Derrida says that meaning isn't something fixed, it's always shifting with difference. He used the word difference, which means difference and differ. So he talks about, so Derrida talks about literature. So he talks about the meaning between words. So I tried to translate that into fashion, and when I doing my research, I came across that in architecture also they talk about the space between, like the courtyards, verandas, the space in between. So then when we shift that into fashion, so that's where I wanted to research about the space between the garment and the body. So I hope that answers the question.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you all the presenters today for sharing valuable insights with the audience. And let me also thank the audience for their engagement and questions. I would like to invite now Ms. Chaturangi De Silva on stage to distribute the certificates for the participants. I will announce the names starting from Lanarol AK and Silva UIK and Gopur S. Next we have Chatumali S and Samar Vikrama S. Can we have Ms. Madala Gama and De Silva S? Piris HTRT and Ratnamalala S. And finally, we have Samarakudi T and Lianage UPP. Thank you very much, Ms. Chaturangi and all the presenters for the insights. Thank you so much.
So I will continue. I am in replacement of Dr. Kamal Vasala, and this is also the final session. Okay. We will finish this and go for a tea break. Yeah, so anybody, yeah, you want to have a tea break? Are the speakers ready to present? Okay, so because it's just 3 speakers and the last session, so it'll be nice to have you all presenting and then have a relaxed and a enjoyable tea afterwards. So can we have the speakers ready for this last session of the whole conference, the scientific sessions? Okay, so since the speakers are ready, we will go ahead with, so this is a continuation of the economy and industry session. So starting off with replacing myself for Kamal, and then of course co-chairing is Ravindu, who's helping me out. And the 3 speakers, we'll start off with the first, would be Lianage, DR, and Veerasinghe A. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Dilum Rasi. I'm from Department of Integrated Design, University of Moratuwa. So I'm presenting my graduation project exploring Sri Lankan lullabies through textile weaving. For this study, I took an experimental approach because I am curious about what if the music and textile weaving comes together. So I'm doing this to explore unique features of folk music through textile developments. So what I'm doing is developing an interpretive visual language using textile components and by developing a framework. Sri Lankan folk music can be identified as an integral part of the local life, and it becomes such a specific place of Sri Lankan's life, from pre-birth, birth to death. Folk songs are tied with local life. So folk music also can be identified as those created by folk groups, and these songs represent the true spirit of the community. So the lullabies are folklore, that verbal practice that transmitted across generationally by word of mouth. So why lullabies matters? We first heard lullabies from our mother, and remember it or not, it is the starting point of infusing music to our life. So lullabies also functions as the form of emotional communication between mother and child. So there are 3 objectives of this project, as I mentioned earlier. My design approach for this project was studying the distinct style of Sinhala lullabies and the sentiments that evoke through these lullabies. And when it comes to Sinhala lullabies, there's a distinct style. There's a distinct style of singing and limited musical notes and primitive tone form, and the rhythm is the main element of these lullabies. So my design process was started by researching how different designers interpreted music in contexts such as graphic and textile design. These are the examples for how music was adapted to visuals, and these are the examples for how music was adapted to textiles. For this project, I was able to collect lullabies through one-on-one interviews by interviewing 40 people from generation Y, X, and Z. So through deep research, I was able to identify the significance of a distinct style of Sinhala lullaby singing. When singing lullabies, mouth utilization creates a demonstration to the infant, the movements of the mother's face while she makes sounds and letters. So this was the base for my design. Then the design process was started with selecting lullabies, and those lullabies were video recorded and traced the mouth utilizing patterns of each sound of poems. Then I was able to analyze the patterns and assembled thematically according to the sound variations during the analysis process. So through this analysis, I was able to identify that the same sound has different styles of different mouth utilization patterns. So then I developed motif series by analyzing the shape of mouth patterns. So these are the developed motifs. So then the color analysis was done for each color by identify hues and harmonies. And also the color incorporation process was done by referring the interview answers. The colors they mentioned relevant to each poem were analyzed. So this color analysis was done for each color by identify hues and harmonies. So the brighter tones represent the long sounds and the darker tones represent the low pitch sounds. So these are the color palette. So then it comes to composition of motifs. The composition of motifs, composition of each textiles were based on the way of singing lullabies. Specifically, the rhythm is the main element of singing. The way mother rocking or shaking the baby was considered. For compositions, space, color, lines and rhythmatically moving motifs were used. So these are the final compositions. This textile, Doi Doi Doiya Baba textile, it was inspired by, the composition was inspired by an infant is cradled on mother's arms while mother is walking. Doing continuous sketching and analyzing how she walks and the cradled baby. So I finally came up to that composition. So this was the poem called Numbe Amma Kirata Giya, and this was developed by inspiration from in that infant is cradled on mother's lap slowly. So the space between motifs, I designed this space between motifs represents the slow pace of putting baby to sleep. So this text, this poem called Doiya Amma, and it was inspired by an infant is cradled on mother's arms. So then if you can see that lines between motifs increases and decreases, and so this space increases when the song stops and the baby is put to sleep. So to develop these textiles, I collaborated with artisans of Thalagune, and actually we had brief discussions about how these techniques can adapt it to my designs. So after developing the frameworks and motifs, I was able to work with them. So after I experimented with that artisan, I was able to identify how the shape change and the feasibility of each motif. And so one of the important things identified through this experiment process is the time duration to view one motif because time was crucial when I was doing this project. So, and in stage 1 it was very complex, and the stage 2, like, we simplified the motif, and so this is the weaving process and how the textile turned out. I would like to speak about the limitations to this limitations that has had to this weaving process. It was one is color handling. Due to limited time, I couldn't achieve the exact colors I want, like perfect shades of hues, but I was able to minimize the colors and color shades. And so finally, this project explains how visual gestures can become a new vocabulary, and also this project contributes to understanding how intangible cultural expressions can be interpreted into the textile-based design frameworks. Also, this developed motif series can be further developed as and used as visual language for interpreting music, and it also can work as an education tool or reference. Anyone who wants to work with music and textile weaving. So also these developed textiles can be used as interior textiles. So I would like to acknowledge Ms. Piumali and Mr. Victor who helped me throughout this project. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dilumrasi. So we will move on to the next speaker, Gayumi, Vijayawardena, and architect Prasanna Liyanage to take the stage to present this research.
Hi everyone, I'm Gayumi, product and industrial designer from the Department of Integrated Design. So let me start with a question of curiosity. Have you ever noticed Sri Lanka's shape has changed over the years? Our land area has reduced, the island has slightly shrunk. See, you'll also notice this in places. Especially the railways that once ran inland are now right next to the ocean. Some tracks that you may have traveled on years ago don't even exist anymore. So what's really the reason for this? It's coastal erosion, the gradual wearing away of land due to waves, currents, tides, and human activities. As islanders, this is a serious issue we can't really ignore. So coastal erosion affects pretty much everything: people, animals, plants, in infrastructure. Lives and properties are lost, and coastal communities are among the hardest hit. So these, apart from the coastal erosion issue, these coastal communities already face poverty, unstable livelihoods, and decline in the fishing industry. So the question is, since erosion is a natural process, should we really interfere? And if we can make a difference, then why aren't we doing it yet? So there are already a lot of many erosion control methods, like seawalls, groins, breakwaters, but these are expensive and not very eco-friendly and not 100% effective. So why not think of a better solution, one that is eco-friendly, low cost, and can be done by the community itself? And also, can we use a natural resource for this? So, and that's where seaweeds come in. So seaweeds are basically red, brown, and green algae that grows along the seashores. Seaweed is abundantly available all around Sri Lanka. Globally, it's used in food, cosmetics, fertilizers, biomaterials, and even building materials. But in Sri Lanka, its value is still underexplored. So, looking into our coastal communities in Sri Lanka, they bring a valuable traditional and contextual knowledge and a set of expertise to the table. They know the waters, currents, and conditions better than anyone else. And I worked with a team, especially closely with NARA and CCD, who provided technical knowledge on aquaculture and erosion control. Then I began sketching and ideating various structures and systems that could help prevent erosion using seaweed. And these are some of the initial concept explorations and structure variations that I developed. These are some of them. So for the pilot study, I selected Valley Gum area, an area with moderate erosion, available seaweed resources, and active fishing communities. Together with the community, we collected and prepared seaweed for the plant setup. So we basically grew seaweed on the plant structures. And then came the prototyping phase and the testing phase. So we tested different structures in the sea to identify what works the best for this. And finally, a floating frame system was developed. It helps grow seaweed while also reducing wave energy and mitigating erosion, and at the same time, improve seaweed yield for community income. So this is the final floating structure, which proved to be the most stable and effective. So to test its effectiveness, I measured total suspended solids, a parameter. It's a key indicator of sediment and erosion activity. So over 28 days, the TSS levels decreased steadily, meaning less sediment in water and lower erosion rates, which basically proves that the seaweed setup effectively reduced coastal erosion. So in short, what I basically did was I co-designed with the community using a participatory design approach to build an eco-friendly seaweed-based system that both protects coast and supports livelihoods. So if this resource is free, fast-growing, abundantly available, generate income, and support sustainability, then why not start putting it into practice, right? So we don't need to build higher and higher walls to prevent erosion. Sometimes we just need to grow solutions. So while wrapping up the presentation, I'd like to thank my co-author, architect Prasanna Pettigal-Liyanage, and all who contributed. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayumi. So we have actually come to the last presentation of the scientific sessions of IDEA 2025. And Ramesha, this is for you. Just want to mention the paper is authored by Ramesha Karyavasam with and co-authored by Dr. Sagara Jayasinghe. Over to you, Ramesha.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Ramesha Karyavasam from Integrated Design, University of Moratuwa, specialized in product design. So imagine this, it's 6:30 in the morning, the sky is pale, the air is cool, and the forest is waking up. In the quiet rhythm of dawn, farmers walk through rows of trees, knife in hand. They make a precise angle cut on the tree bark, just deep enough to release the milky white latex that begins to flow drop by drop. This simple, grateful act, repeated across thousands of trees every morning, sustains one of Sri Lanka's oldest and most iconic industry, rubber. The story of rubber in Sri Lanka goes back nearly 150 years. In 1876, the first rubber seedlings arrived from Kew Gardens in London and were planted in Henerathgoda Gampaha. Since then, rubber has grown into more than an agricultural crop. It's a symbol of transformation. It helped shape our post-colonial economy, provided livelihoods for thousands, and connected Sri Lanka to the global industrial world. Today, we stand as one of the few countries with a fully integrated rubber value chain, from plantation to production, from raw latex to high-end industrial goods like tires and gloves. So behind this impressive value chain are the smallholders, the silent backbone of the industry. My research focuses on smallholder community in Kegol district, a lush hilly region in Sri Lanka's wet zone. In this context, rubber farming is not just an occupation. It's a culture of care, a rhythm of life tied to the land. They tap rubber latex manually, relying on inherited skill rather than modern machinery. Their tools are simple, and they have decades of experience. So when we think of design, we often think of technology, aesthetics, or efficiency. But at its heart, design is about empathy, about understanding people, their needs, and their everyday struggles. So I listen to farmers talk about how they read the bark's texture to decide where to cut, and how they feel the resistance of the knife, and how they know that when the latex will flow well. So this knowledge is not written in manuals. It's passed through hands, not words. That's what we call tacit knowledge, living wisdom embedded in daily practice. So my research focuses on revealing the hidden hands-on knowledge that rubber tappers use every day, the skills, techniques, and tool handling practices that are rarely documented but vital to the rubber latex harvesting process. So now let's talk about the rubber latex harvesting process. As you can see in the slides, there are three main stages: tapping the rubber tree, collecting the rubber latex, and transporting the collected rubber latex. So however, during my field work, I observed several critical issues. This shows that what seems like a small tool actually has a big impact on productivity, health, and sustainability. So if we talk about the tools that tappers use in every stage, in the first stage, in tapping the tree, they use two kinds of knives. So you can see in the first image, the traditional tapping knife, and in the second image, the RRI SL modified tapping knives. So you can see the key features, and after doing this product study, I conducted the user study with tappers. So through interviews and observations, I learned that tapping is physically a demanding work. I identified many farmers suffer from wrist and finger pain, hand fatigue, and body strain due to repetitive posture. So I can remember that one tapper told me that after a few hours, their hand starts to feel the knife more than the tree. That sentence captures the human side of this industry, how physical the work is, and why ergonomic design matters. So the next stage is collecting the latex. So traditionally, latex is collected in half coconut shells, as you can see in the first image. So it's a simple, low-cost design made from what's available locally. And in recent years, plastic collecting cups have become common, which also have recommended by the Rubber Research Institute in Sri Lanka. So these both have strengths and weaknesses. The coconut shell is biodegradable and familiar. The plastic cup is durable and uniform, but sometimes too light and uncomfortable to handle. So evaporation causes early solidification, reducing the latex quality and yield. In short, this system is leaky and labor intensive. And when it's come to the user study, so you can see very clearly in the first image that how the tappers use the finger to gather the remaining rubber latex from the collecting cup, a simple action that reflects their practice. So after collection, latex must be transported to collecting points. For this, smallholders use metal buckets, plastic buckets, or plastic cans. So each has practical pros and cons, so you can see the key features of these equipments. So this stage revealed how smallholders constantly adapt and improvise what they have, a clear example of vernacular design emerging for necessity. These large buckets or cans are carried by hand on the shoulder to collecting points. As you can see in the first image, the second one and the third, on uneven terrain, tappers switch hands to ease fatigue, but the weight and repetition still cause strain. So some use cloth or padding for their comfort. Throughout these studies, I documented the tools tappers use, ergonomics, and usability. And the user study helped me understand the emotional relationship between farmers and their tools. These findings highlight the importance of adopting ergonomically designed tools that balance durability, safety, and efficiency to improve the productivity of smallholder rubber farmers. The outcomes of this study emphasize the needs of strategic investments in modernizing tools and practices within the rubber harvesting sector. So as Sri Lanka's rubber industry moves into the future, our challenge and our opportunity is to design with empathy, to listen, to co-create, and ensure that progress grows not just from factories, but from the hands and hearts of the people who make it all possible. In conclusion, this research reveals that the act of rubber tapping is far more than a routine task. It's practice rich with tacit knowledge, skill, and care. So to wrap up my presentation, I would like to tell that this research taught me one thing, that at the end of the day, every drop of latex carries not just the story of a tree, but the skill, patience, and the quiet dignity of the people who harvest it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a nice conclusion and a nice presentation to conclude the sessions. Can we have the presenters on stage? And I would like to also acknowledge all the speakers for a wonderful presentation, and I know most of them were undergraduate work, which was amazing work, and of course several have improved since the last time that you all presented at the podiums. It is quite interesting to see two sessions coming in from economy and industry. And of course, the earlier session was more focused towards textile and others, whereas this is very much into several areas as well. So without taking too much of time, I'm sure all of you all are missing your tea break. So we will open for questions. Do we have any questions for the three speakers?
This question is for second presenter. Based on your research,
seafood-based community is sustainable in Sri Lanka, and is it there are any roots in Sri Lankan context from that
Yes,
community?
Thanks for the question. So, considering about the seaweed cultivation, it's already being done in Sri Lanka. It's not a completely alien thing to Sri Lankans. It's currently being done only in Mannar and Jaffna in Sri Lanka, and they are like doing it to not a very great extent, but to like exporting to around 20 buyers around the world, and it's not happening elsewhere right now in Sri Lanka. But considering the global seaweed cultivation, it's in a very higher level. Like most of the countries, like European countries, China, and all these countries, they are producing a lot of goods, like cosmetics, food items, and then even constructing materials. Recently, the USA have introduced a constructing brick out of seaweed. So likewise, it is a sustainable cultivation. So hopefully it will be a very beneficial cultivation even in Sri Lanka. I feel like getting to practice. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you for the question. And definitely something interesting, and I believe, Gaumi, that would have been quite challenging as well, isn't it? And how was the support from the crowd?
It was a bit challenging, but everyone was very supportive towards it. So, yeah.
So hopefully there will be
Yeah.
hope in the project. Well done. Thank you for doing such research. And we will again have, if we have any questions. There's a question over there. Can you on the mic?
This question is for speaker, Ms. Dilumrasi. So first, it's a unique project, and I would like to ask what were the most critical areas when it comes to visualizing designs?
Can you ask again?
I think the question was, what was the most critical challenge that you had when visualizing the
visualizing the design?
So it was the developing the framework actually. I tried 10 different things to nearly 10 different attempt to get those lullabies to textiles. So finally, then when I was re-researching about it, then I found that fact about mouth utilizing it. It was a bit scientific as well. So that's the developing the framework was the most hardest part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? I think there was a question on the lower row. Okay.
This question for last presenter. Were there any challenges in collecting data from the tappers?
Thank you for your question. Yes, actually the tappers work in the early morning, and they move very quickly from one task to the other task. So to observe the fine little details in the process, it was I was required multiple visits for the field. So it was a challenge when collecting data from the tappers.
Thank you. Ramesha, I'm also, since I've seen your undergraduate work, your research did not talk about the final design that you did based on the data. So I'm just wondering, I guess maybe the audience also needs to know that whatever the research that you presented today had a better outcome or had a successful outcome. Would you want to share that with the audience?
Yes, actually, thank you, ma'am. So after identifying all these, the process and the task, so while with the help of that China research method, there was a new method for this rubber harvesting process. So I was able to bring that research to our context and design the tools that matching with Sri Lankan context.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, she actually produced an ergonomically easy and adapted a method from an existing system, which ended with a lovely product design for her final project. And any more questions? I think again we missed that the second row. Yeah, can we give the mic?
My question goes to Ramesh Aki. What was the main limitations of your study?
So, thank you for your question. Actually, in Sri Lanka, rubber grows in so many areas like Galle, Kalutara, Kagala, and many areas. But in my study, I only selected Kagol district. Also in Kagol district, 2 main areas. So it was a big limitation in my research.
Thank you.
Thank you. So since it's also 5 and time for tea, late tea, we will close the session, and I want to thank all the presenters for your amazing work. I would also congratulate all the co-authors, especially because I don't think IDR would be possible without such research, and also having so many diverse areas coming into play also helps us to understand that we are not only specializing on one area but several, and the importance of integrating with other disciplines that makes design happen. And I think that revolution is right now happening, especially in Sri Lanka, and I hope IDR is making that platform happen. So with that, I also want to give the certificates to the presenters. And for this, can I invite our keynote, Ricky, Professor Ricky, to come in to hand over the certificates. To start off, can I invite the first speaker for Ms. Dilumrisi and Ms. Amani's paper. Thank you. And our second author, Ms. Gayumi, and co-authored by architect Prasanna Liyanage. And our third author, Ms. Ramesha Karyavasam, and co-authored by Dr. Sagara Jayasinghe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricky. Okay, so just before we go, we launched the logo or the theme of next year. But just for you to get an idea, or if you all missed it, we are going to let you know that even though we finished the scientific sessions today, we have a session happening tomorrow, which Chaturangi will mention. But before that, I would want you to revive yourself and embrace yourself for IDEA 2026. And with that, we would like to show you a theme of next year. Yes, and with that, we invite all of you to submit papers. This will open, entries will open in December, and you know the theme, Creative Wave, Imagination, Adaptation, and Change. And to conclude today's session, I will invite Chaturangi. And before I conclude, I have to say a big thank you to this amazing young lady who had been such a energy behind this event, and I don't think this event, anything of this event would have happened without this amazing person, individual, so humble, and never say die attitude, amazing. So thank you very much. A huge round of applause to Chaturangi.
Thank you so very much. So I think it's been an amazing couple of days. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here and being present at IDR 2025. It's been an amazing energy. The 3 days that we spent together. Of course, there's one more day to go, although we are finishing the scientific sessions today. So tomorrow we are having the very exciting workshops that is arranged for all of you. So we have, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Creative Exploration Workshop by Professor Ricky. We do invite, I think we've sent the registration link to those who registered. We're having that in the Product Design Studio. And we have parallelly a session, the Postgraduate Research Chat with Dr. Dilina. Registrations have closed for that for now. And for those who have registered, we do invite you to come into the media studio at the SOD, so we do hope to see you for that as well. After lunch, we have from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock the typography workshop by Dr. Yo Badamaker, and I'm sure it's going to be an exciting workshop as well. So once again, a very big thank you to each and every one of you for making IDR 2025 a huge, resounding success. One more day with some really exciting workshops. Thank you so very much. Now you may enjoy your tea and have a pleasant day ahead. Thank you so much. Design is not just the act of creating. It is the act of seeing the invisible. Those at the back, can we have you, everyone, just to take a quick group picture together?
Can you tell the people who are having tea?
Yeah, if there's someone outside, if you can just ask them to come, we'll take a quick, big group picture.
All speakers, volunteers.
Anybody, everybody who's around. Yeah.
Even the level 4s.
Especially the level 4s.